It's the day of reckoning. Today determines the fate of our league for season 1, the inaugural season of the 5D Chess League. All right. I'd be lying if I said I didn't have some turny nerves, because I definitely have some turny nerves. But it's gonna be okay. We're gonna get through it, you know? I'm a little bit chilly, but that's how it goes. We're playing our match today against Sarp, who is, of course, a fellow Turk, famously. And basically, if I 2-0 Sarp here, if I win both games, then I win the league. If I do not, Void's here, and Void is first. Sarp is here as well. Hey, how's it going, Sarp? You ready to get this thing done? Los is here. How's it going? Sonoy's here. Oh, everyone's rushing in at the same time. I doubt I'm in a YouTube video. Yeah, the pre-hyping myself up before the match is rarely included in the YouTube video. Yeah. So yeah, today, winner of this game, if I win 2-0, I win the league. If I lose a game, then most likely Sarp wins the league. I'm pretty sure that's set in stone. But I'm not positive. But as far as I'm concerned, you know, maybe there's a set of circumstances where someone else wins. I haven't checked. But if I 2-0 Sarp here, I advance, and if I don't, then Sarp advances, which is cool. It's like, you know, we get a Turk out of the league either way. So the promotion is going to be chosen here. Well, I think that probably the way it's going to work is that winner of this match gets to play in the promotion match, because I don't think we promote automatically. There are 2 advanced leagues, and I think that they have to duke it out to see who goes up into the pro league. Okay, Sarp says, if you 1.5, 0.5 me, where I tie as black and Y loses both games against Tesseract and Shad draws 1 game and wins the other, then we get to play another game as a tiebreak. That's so absurd. Void's like, yeah, makes sense. How have you even figured that out? That's just such a ridiculous set of circumstances. Okay, I don't think that anyone in the league has tied a game yet. So I think what's most likely to happen is that there are 2 possibilities. Either I win both games, in which case I advance, or Sarp wins at least 1 game, in which case he advances, which puts me in the back foot. I'm playing from behind here. The pressure is on myself. Convoluted for sure. That's ridiculous. And I am a bit nervous. I mean, obviously, you know, Sarp's gotten into a position where he's top of the league. So, you know, it speaks for itself. It's no joke. I'm a point behind him right now. Because I went 1-1 against 2 people. He went 1-1 against 1 person. So very exciting. I hear, or, you know, he's been letting us know repeatedly that he's got plans. He's got some plans for us, and so I'm eager to see what they are. I don't have anything super special cooked up for him. And I haven't been able to see too many of his matches. But, you know, we're just gonna play it by ear. Hopefully we're a little warmed up from our matches yesterday. Yesterday we didn't play our best. We won both the matches. But it was also earlier in the morning, blah, blah, blah. Sonoy says at least there are no bronze games. Dude, praise the Lord. Yeah, no. Bronze games, and I would just mauled out of my mind. Dreamer's here. Hi, Dreamer. I lost all matches in league games. It happens, man. That's where, you got to start somewhere. You have good days and bad days, you just get through it, and next season you hope to do better, right? That's the whole point of the league, is to give yourself like a framework, a structure to evaluate where you're at and to motivate you to do better, right? That's the whole point. Dreamer says, guess what I'm doing right now? Void says chess. He says almost. He's playing the pizza gambit against himself. Whew. Wow. Next level. Half of yesterday's stream was just cube rule. It was glorious. I wasn't late for my meeting. Due to technical difficulties, we actually started like a couple minutes late anyway, so I got there on time. Sarp says I'd prefer to play as white first. I would say I prefer to keep it random if it's all the same to you. I just prefer to keep it random. Let's just flip the coin. You're watching Simet's stream, Kappa. Los isn't even wrong. Sarp says all right. Okay, cool. We're just gonna keep it random, keep it simple. Well, okay. I mean, I guess there's no reason to amble on. We can just get started whenever Sarp is ready. I mean, it goes without saying, obviously Sarp close out the stream during the game, but that's obvious. Imagine the excuse, sorry I'm late because I needed to discuss food classification with stream chat. That's what I was saying, yesterday at the end of stream. It's like, what excuse am I gonna come up with here? Roman and I found half reflected cannot ever lead to mate after F7 sec on turn 0. That makes a ton of sense. Would you say half reflected would be good next season? I'd say no. I don't like half reflected nearly as much as I like defended pawn. And I don't even like half reflected nearly as much as I like reverse royalty, which I just think is an amazingly balanced game mode. Please input skill says half reflected super slept on. I need to play more of it. In all fairness, it is the game mode, the standard game mode that I have the least experience with. Well, besides 2 timelines, but that's kind of less standard than I think, yeah, I think half reflected, yeah, I think that my next 2 preferred after turn 0 would be defended pawn and reverse royalty. And then probably half reflected, and then, I don't know, princess and 2 timelines are both kind of low for me. But I should play a little bit more of it. I prefer turn 0 or reverse royalty for next season. Turn 0 is my choice, says Sarp. I think that having like another season of turn 0, I think that there's a lot to be said for that. And I think that's super reasonable. We haven't had that internal discussion yet as tourney staff explicitly. So who knows? But I think probably what'll happen is season 2 will continue to be turn 0. Don't quote me on that, but that's just the feeling that I get, is that we'll just run turn 0 again. And then after that, who knows? There's going to be a big discussion. I don't know if it'll be like a poll type thing. I don't know if it'll be like, just we take a brief survey and then the tourney staff kind of figure it out. Or if Pfannkuchen just has like strong opinions of his own. We'll figure it out. But yeah, I should probably get a little bit more experience with like half reflected. I don't remember many games that I've played half reflected. I don't even know if I played any on stream actually. But right now, we gotta focus on turn 0. Los, does the SPQR in your name stand for what it think it does? I have no idea what that could be. Man, I gotta go sleep, my alarm says. Well, there'll always be the VOD. There'll always be the VOD. If you gotta go, you gotta go. But if you can stick around, then, you know, that's obviously a good time for both of us. Senatus populus Romanus. Exactly. Attorney staff will make conclusions on the variant next season. Yeah. It'll ultimately be, you know, decided by committee, obviously. I will watch match 1. Awesome. Pfannkuchen just flips the coin. Word. Yeah. Neck. We're a little stiff. Whew. Gotta wake up. I remember what happened last time. I wasn't very awake before the match. That was bad news bears. Has anyone met Pfannkuchen and talked to him in VC? I don't think we've chatted in VC. I don't think so. I helped him first before Lexi to set up the league. Oh, that's cool. Word. Good stuff. Good guy Void. Found out his first name. Scandalous. Wow. Capo. All right, Sarp, I'm ready when you are. Just sort of call it when you're ready to go, and we can get going. Actually, why don't I just put the code on screen, and Sarp can join at his leisure. Random color, medium timer, turn 0. Final match of the league to determine the winner. This is like the finals. I am ready. Here we go. Whew, muting. Awesome. Catch you on the other side, man. Good luck, good luck. Have fun. I'm proud of us Turks, you know, repping the motherland here in the 5D League. It's good stuff. And we ended up starting with white. That's just how it shook out. And away we go. We're going to start knight f3. We're going to do nothing too crazy. I know that he's mentioned that he's been preparing something. I suspect that it's going to be like C pawn shenanigans. All right, we got the standard. Now I'm going to play d4 here. I expect c5. I fully expected c5. I don't have anything prepped against this, but I will close up the diagonal because that's a sensible thing to do. This queen out I also saw as a distinct possibility. I think that the play here might just be something like okay, so here could either play e3 or could play bishop e3. Bishop e3 obviously blocks in our own pawn, which is not excellent. We have to ask ourselves what we're trying to do. Actually, bishop f4 is also possible. If pawn takes and then we takes back, I mean, okay, so the problem here is that we allowed this to happen, so probably we don't want to do this, but I think this is probably necessary. This is probably necessary. This is probably necessary. Yeah, I just want to block diagonal shenanigans once pawns get traded off. You know, and I'm a little hesitant to move this guy out of the way. Okay, so we've got this happens here. What happens if we just capture here? What happens if we just capture here? We have the option of, okay, there's always the knight activation, which would be good. Bishop is a candidate move. I don't know to where. Knight moves, I suppose, are a possibility. He's really going to have a ton of trouble here, I think. I think he's going to have a ton of trouble here getting his bishop out. So what are things that we want to do? If this bishop moves out of the way, then we might have good ideas in our future. taking here might seem a tiny bit sketch, but I'm actually not so worried about it. If takes here, we probably recapture with the knight. Maybe we recapture with the queen, actually. If we do a little bit of this, what's this queen trying to do? Probably getting our knight into the mix is a good call. That way we can replace this knight if we recapture here with that knight. Let's just do this. It blocks our queen from here. But it also defends here. And now there are questions that we have to ask ourselves. Like, what do we want to do? This seems a little outlandish. Are we afraid of his queen? We do want to activate this bishop. What's a good way to do that? I could see this, maybe. Okay, if this and then queen takes here. If this and then queen takes here. Because right now, takes, you know, like, takes, and then we might have problems. So I could definitely see something like this being meritorious. I want to not get got by tactics. Tactics scare me. We could just hit the queen naturally. I like hitting the queen here. We're just gonna hit the queen. Also gives us another defender here. Obviously it's covered here, and I think he'd be nuts to play this pawn out. We're sort of taking advantage of the fact that this is blocked. We also have to remember that taking here, there's this bishop that covers this, and maybe activating our opponent's bishop in this way, especially down this like scary toward our f2, is not necessarily the best play. I think we want to get this bishop out there eventually. This pawn here is a little stuck. I wonder what he does with his bishop. Or with his queen, rather. Okay, so he moves it back. So I feel like we've gained some decent ground here. Now the question is what exactly we do with it. I do want, this bishop is a little homeless right now. Feels a little homeless. But I think that we want more attacking ideas. I think that we want to get a little bit more active. What happens next? What does our opponent do next? Probably maybe like push like this. Something like this doesn't seem amazing, but doesn't seem crazy. Something like this seems promising, or maybe this is the answer. I think that we want to get this bishop here is fine too, but then if this happens, what do? We just drop it back, I suppose. And what are we really threatening here? I guess we're threatening if something like this happens after this happens. I don't know. I think we're wasting too much time on just normal developing moves. So let's just do this and then let our opponent play. I think we're playing way too passively as white here. It's got to be said. I am a bit nervous about that. Okay, so this is more or less what we expected to happen. I feel all right here doing a little bit of this. Let's just go for it. This attacks this. There's a Discoverino here, a fossil. And after it takes, it's not like the queen's gonna take back. I mean, that's a trade that we'd make any day of the year, any day of the century. So now let's see how he deals with this. We're putting a little bit of pressure here on f7. We also got this bishop lined up here. Okay, so he immediately plays g6 in order to counteract any of those shenanigans. So we're gonna go ahead and take this free pawn. And now maybe we things start to get a little tricky for our opponent, because we have queen f3 coming up, which hits this knight, which he really needs to defend. Probably bishop out here becomes a thing. But then maybe we have ideas of, oh wow, this capture happens here, just like that. Do we move out with the queen? We move out with the queen, and then what happens? I mean, the alternative is opening something else up here, which I really don't like. So then maybe what if we get like a bishop here situation going on? Do I mind? I probably mind. What are my other options though? Ignore it? That doesn't feel great. After bishop out there, well, I mean, we want to cover this knight anyway. There's just no way to do everything. We gotta keep this knight covered, right? Let's be sensible here. And then like traveling to this, we can't give a check from here, which is a shame. Well, we can give a check from here, but it doesn't really do the job. But we can consider maybe lining up a nice time travel onto this knight. Or just attacking it in 2D. If we had a cool check to give, then we could do... this isn't quite what I expected. I expected this situation to come about. Now, there's a bit of an issue, because if takes, then this is covered. So we have to come up with a way. If takes, this is covered. So we have to come up with a way. I mean, this seems like utter insanity. We have a lot of pieces staring down this king. I don't think there's a lot that we can do about it. How do we gain access to... Yeah, none of our pieces are out there yet. And obviously there's not a lot going on here. I feel like we're not being very creative right now. Maybe something like this is good. Maybe something like that. Like none of our pieces are defended by like any of the rest of our pieces. So that's a bit of a weird one. But if we do something like this, then maybe we're starting to cook with gas. Yeah. What does he do? Drop back? And then we just take, and then takes. You know, and then now we start to threaten a time travel onto here. And if we time travel to like this board where we've taken this knight with a queen, then our opponent, I think, has issues. Probably, right? It's really hard to say. I feel a little cloudy. I feel like I'm not really... I feel like I'm not super... Brain's not super active right now. That's why I'm I mean, I'm really like not interacting with chat very much at all. And that's no accident. I think I really need to focus here. So sorry to chat if you feel neglected. But I'm really not. I'm really focusing pretty hard, or I'm trying to. This is a really important match. This determines whether we win or lose the league. So I really want to think about this very carefully. I think our opponent's got a pretty solid position. It feels like we have a solid position, except that none of our squares are really... Like, we really have to make something happen with our pieces, which I think we're doing a pretty good job of aggressing right now. We got to put the pressure on so that he doesn't have time to, you know, just, like, bring a bishop or a queen over and, you know, just f7 sec the living daylights out of us. We got to be really careful. If he doesn't defend that knight, then we have queen takes f6, threatening mate the next turn on h8, which is a huge pain for our opponent, I'd imagine. Especially because we can do something like queen g7, threatening one turn in the past time travel to capture the rook after it moves. I don't really see how he gets out of that. I mean, he does have that bishop. We also threaten, you know, we could just do the classic, like, knight takes f6 with check. And that might be good if he does something... That might be good if he does some... Well, I don't really see what kind of move he would make that relies on being able to do that. We have a bit of a... I mean, our bishop on b5 is just completely undefended, but simultaneously, I don't really see a way that he takes advantage of that right now without giving up a lot. Okay, so he does just pull the bishop right back. I think that the play is to take with check, man. I'm not even gonna second guess myself here. I think that this happens, and then this happens, and then he's in a world of trouble. Am I wrong? Am I wrong in thinking he's in a world of trouble? Okay, this is fine. Because next move we have really scary mate. No. Ooh, okay. Here, do we have scary mate? Yes, we do. We check here, and then we mate on this square one turn in the past, right? If we check here on this board, our opponent, second and triple guessing himself. Yeah, if we check our opponent on this board, like this, then we have queen travels to here, mate, I believe. And our opponent could deliver a check. Okay. Oh, we'll play some of this and hope we didn't blunder. We gotta hope we didn't blunder. We gotta be careful about blundering. But I think we're fine. I think queen there was actually a valid concern, but he didn't do it, so I don't have to think about it. I sort of went for it. I wouldn't be surprised if this attack wasn't sound at all. Because if queen takes here, then the queen can recapture. If the queen was here, then the queen could recapture here. But after check, no, yeah, I mean, I think that would have been solid, but it's no longer possible. So let's not waste time thinking about it. Let's just think about what our opponent can do. I think that he has to consider, like, I mean, time travelino is the only way here, right? Yeah. Like, Cambrian queen, as Sarb likes to say, I think is the only way. This is quite a large number of moves in the past. Thankfully, we're in a situation where we can give check in one of many ways. This also gets us another timeline. So we definitely want to capture this guy immediately. And then what? All these knight moves are covered. Well, let's not give him time to think. Although there's a little bit more delay. I think that this is the obvious play. We have a check to give here and to give here. He has 1, 2, 3 moves to set up a defense for this. How does he defend this through this? He can put a queen here. He can put a queen here, that's for sure. He can put a knight on all of the squares on which he could put a knight are defended. So we feel pretty good about that. We feel pretty good about that. By defended, I mean occupied. Like he'd have to put a knight here, here, or here, which would also take at least 3 moves. So that's not great. It would have to be like 1, 2, 3 or something crazy. And, you know, I'm not going to move this knight unless I have to. Our primary job here is to make sure that he can't prevent, well, I guess the primary job is to make sure that he can't somehow deliver mate. We can put this knight in a position where we can deliver check next turn. We need to deliver check not next turn, but the turn after. But if we have 2 checks to deliver, then that almost works. He needs to spend a turn putting a queen here. It is mandatory for him to do so. So what we can do is set up a check, or okay, I kind of like this move, because if takes, well, obviously we have a check, but what we also have is just the ability to capture the queen itself. Here we threaten both. We threaten a check, like an additional check, a third one. We threaten the queen if it goes either here or here, and if takes, then we take here. We might even threaten mate in some way. I'm not positive, but I think that this is the play. I think that this is the play because he has to do this in order to be able to do something about this queen, and this just prevents him from being able to do that, which I think is excellent. What we probably do next turn after captures, well, okay, he could also put a queen like here, I guess, but unlikely to happen. Can't even put a queen here. I think our opponent's in a bind. He does have another timeline. That much is true. But the further away he gets, especially when it's close quarters in such a closed position like this, the more difficult it's going to be for him to actually defend against this situation from this situation up here. So yeah. Let's see what he comes up with. We could have been a little bit better, I feel, about our time management earlier. But at the end of the day, we are now ahead. You know, I think we spent time where it mattered, right? We're happy to be in a position where we have time advantage here, clock advantage, I should say. And we're in a pretty good position. I think probably if queen takes here, we're in a lot of trouble. I mean, the thing is, either we had the one turn travel here. What's this? Oh, okay, the queen travels. So we have like a bunch of different checks here. And we do have options to go from this board to that board in just a hot minute. And he has one fewer turn with which to do anything. We could even block here like this and then deliver like a check. Because blocking here, even if he does manage to maintain his queen here, would prevent that queen from getting all the way down there. what do we want to do here? I mean, honestly, we probably just want to give check, yeah? Probably just want to give... If we give check here, then on this turn, we can give check with the queen. We could also just do... let's think. We can also do something down here to up there. We can also take this queen with check. I think we probably just give check here. Let's not overcomplicate things. Let's give our check. And then we can do something. Oh, sorry. Obviously, we can't take the queen, but we can deliver a check like up here, like that. Again, we can also like occupy this space, which both checks him in the past and also means he has to put a piece onto this square. And if that piece is a queen, which is the only way that he has access to this square, then, I mean, we can just deliver another check. We gave ourselves, I think we did the right thing up here. And it doesn't have any other timelines, which is really good for us. So opponent's in a bit of a bind. He's in a bit of a pickle, to be sure. Now the question is what the best play here is. So he has one more move before he can do anything. I really like this move. Because again, it puts him in check back here. And the only way that he can do anything about it is to take with a queen from up here, but we can just deliver another check like that. And then I think that we probably just deliver a good old-fashioned checkerino from up here so that he can't do that, and then he has to take with this bishop. Actually, maybe it might even be a better use of our time, honestly, to not deliver this check and just to put ourselves in a position where we could deliver a check from up here. I'm not sure if that's the best play. Like, is our check up here better used this turn or next turn? Does it matter? I mean, realistically, I don't think that it matters, to be clear. I don't think it matters at all. But, you know, you're in a position where basically you have the game is yours to lose. You just want to make sure that you're being careful, right? I think it's good practice. I think it's good practice, not just for flagging, you know, in the future, but giving a check here, because then we don't have a follow-up is kind of the issue. Like here, here's a good move. Let's just do that. Because we can deliver a check here, or here. We can deliver a check here. If he takes like this, then that's great. We basically have given ourselves a position where it's impossible for him to prevent us from checking on both of these boards, which is exactly what we needed. That's exactly what we needed to prevent him from getting out of this bind. So yeah, I think we played this well. Okay, the take's here, so then we've got easy clap check. Here, you know, if don't takes, then we've got easy clap check. If takes, we've got easy clap check. We're just clapping all the way to the bank. Yeah, looks good. I haven't set eye on chat this entire time. So again, sorry for not being the most interactive streamer here. But, you know, it's too high stakes for me to not be so cautious. My hair, I really got it. I thought I got it out of the way. There we go. Okay. So, yeah, I think our opponent, I mean, when you're in a position like this, really all you can do is just did not expect. We can still, of course, deliver a check here into the pass and check this king here. I think we can probably, yeah, I think we can mate this king. Well, I mean, obviously not, because it just got here, so probably not. It's really funny, though. All right, that's cool. We'll just give this check here, and we'll give this check here, and then we will collect our win. Whew, we did it. Game 1 out of the way. Granted, it's the game where we play as white, which makes it an easier game. GG. We're halfway there. Whew, okay. GG's. GG's, Sarp. Good game, man. Huh. Okay, we got there. We're only halfway done. This was the easier first game of the two. I made a few mistakes in the opening. Yeah, I think it probably honestly boiled down, Sarp, to capturing here with the bishop instead of with the queen. If you capture with the queen, I think my job is a lot harder. I mean, there's still, you know, you can move the queen over and then like capture the rook one turn in the past, but then you can put the queen here to defend against it. So it's really not clear. But I don't know. Yeah, I think probably after that, there isn't really much that you can do. I think probably the move from me to prevent this, I think this was probably irresponsible, to be honest. I think that probably a better move was, well, okay, who cares? Let's just move forward. If you took the pawn after 3 queen g6, I had a flag by force. Okay, hold on. After 3 queen g6, if you took the pawn, oh yeah, I know that taking the pawn is scary. I definitely wouldn't take the pawn there under any circumstances. Yeah, it's just too scary. That was one of my secret strats? Ah, okay. By the way, recently I played many games with Andre and found out that when played correctly, white has some kind of advantage right from the opening, so white is more likely to win there. Oh, okay. Saab messed up by playing g6 without bishop g7? What? Oh, you're saying, okay, you're not saying he messed up by playing g6 before playing bishop g7. You're saying he should have fianchettoed the bishop. Yeah, I mean, that was, I mean, the thing was, yeah, the bishop move relieved pressure in some sense from this. It like forced the knight back, right? But, you know, the knight had a happy square to go to, which was g4. I don't know. It was tricky, man. It was tricky. Let me scroll back up and see what's going on here. I'm sure that I missed so much. Let's see. I am ready. Let's go. Turn off animation. Didn't do that, but thankfully it didn't cost us too much time. He doesn't read chat now, right? I do read chat during the game if I have time. This is like a high enough stakes game that I probably wasn't going to, even if I thought that I had like a lot of time in a good position. I'm just kind of nervous, man. I got a little bit of tourney nerves. No shame in that. We can check it out. Perhaps, he said, go chat. If Samet reads this, he will flag. Exactly. This chat is impressively active, especially for me not replying to any of it. Yeah, I agree, Dom. Welcome to the show, by the way. How's it going? Hi, Void. Hello, comms, Doms. Feel personally attacked. You just F7 sacked my heart. I'm happy to see that, you know, we're as memeful as ever in chat. That's good. It's okay, Koyash. How is your going, Doms? Okay. Jesus Christ. I'm supposed to go to sleep already? Alright, presumably Void left after this game, but I'm going to retroactively thank him for sticking around and hanging out. This is just a Lightning McQueen reference. Never seen Cars. Big Disney fan, big Pixar fan, but never seen Cars. I'm a little rebel watching the first match, I'm sure. Actual quote is ka-chow. There we go. Spoiler, is e7 mate? Like, would e7 lose the game? Where? I thought he submitted the castle. Yeah, the castle was real spooky. The castle there was real spooky. I'm glad that Sarp didn't do that. This is 6 moves in the past time travel. Spoiler, or he could put the bishop on e7 and travel. Recapture with the bishop very early. Would be cool. It's late now. I think if he plays bishop e7 now, he has it. No. Square is empty 0. It's 1 move late. I see it there. Rip. Would have been cool. Bishop must have gotten there before. You could also retake that square with the other knight. Don't know if it would be good, though. I think it matters. I think check is necessary. Explain. What is your opinion? IDK just joined back the stream. Didn't know how the game went. At first glance, white wins anyway. And then GG happened, yeah. Made a few mistakes in the opening. Okay, now we're caught up. Okay, we're caught up. Yep, I want to show that line after the match. I'm down to show that line after the match. That sounds fun. For sure, man. Taking the pawn is actually possible and really playable for both players. I played a few games on stream. I think they may have all been against pseudo abstract meta. I'm not sure, but I played 2, maybe 3 games on stream, maybe like 3 weeks ago, I think, where he played as black. He opened knight of 6c5 to my knight of 3d4, and I just captured, and it was fine. I think. It was super sharp, and I don't know where the theory lies on that. Apparently, I think Los and Pseudo sort of hammered it out. I think they workshopped it and they figured out a lot of the lines. 2 frappuccinos, please. Well, we had 0 frappuccinos that game, unfortunately. White has a stupid, almost forced draw. If White takes pawn and 5, bishop e3, really? White has an almost forced draw? What does that even mean? It's a flag by force if you're playing against Semet. I mean, that goes without saying. A forced draw after 5 moves? Yes, I don't believe. Okay, I'm excited to see that after the match. Sorry, I meant black has a forced draw? Okay, that makes a little bit more sense. Los has to go. Thanks for sticking around, Los. Yeah, you can always catch the VOD on YouTube afterward. Okay, out of an abundance of caution, I want to go ahead and use the restroom right now so that I don't piss myself out of nervousness during the match. That's just how it be. So I'll be right back. What do we do? Let's show off some of our thumbnails. Do a little bit of that. I'll be right back, chat. Don't go anywhere. Match 2 coming right up. And we're back. Game 2. This is for all of the marbles. Whoever wins this next game wins the league. Whew. Yeah, let's take a 10-minute break. Yeah, I'm good with 10-minute break. Give us a chance to just take a quick breather. If SARP meant time travel capture on F2, then night travel to F4 onto an inactive timeline with checkmate, then I'll say there are some ways to solve that. There might well be. Uh, but we'll have to ask him after the match. We'll have to see what actually happens. Not quite. Okay, so that's like basically classic Exiled Kings after F7, right? Is what we're talking about here. By the way, that last thumbnail, no one has ever told me that they've noticed. And on YouTube, it's small enough that probably no one can see. But on the laptop of the Lo-Fi Beats girl, I edited in, she's like playing a game of 5D chess. Just a super subtle, super unnecessary Easter egg. That was too small for anyone to see in thumbnail size anyway. But, you know, hopefully someone appreciates it. Maybe let's go back to the game while we're taking a break. Kind of see what's going on here. How did this game actually happen? C5. It's an E3 sec, not F2 sec. Cement farming views. I would love to farm some views. Is there a method for cultivation? Is view agriculture? Are we there yet? I'm working towards the view green revolution. If we could get some view GMOs, high yields, that would be great. I guess that's what clickbait is. By people checking for the thumbnail. Yeah. Well, you can see the thumbnail, you know, just from going to the channel without clicking on the video. But yeah. Knights out. D5, C5, yeah. Yeah, it's spooky for sure, man. Oh, you know what I might have played? I might have taken this immediately. And then bishop out and then E3. I think that's what I did. Those games that I played against, I think, pseudo-abstract meta. I'm not sure, but I think what I did is, like, yeah. I think what I did is 3D takes C5. You know, dot, 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 bishop D2, dot, 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 E3. Something like that. I forget. I mean, it doesn't seem super solid. I'm sure there's a way to exploit that. Maybe I did play C3 first, and then Queen B6, and then D takes C5. I mean, yeah. I don't really remember. I remember there was a time when I basically fumbled like 8 pieces in this direction. And then managed to like time travel mate F on this open file. I think by traveling like maybe a rook here or something like that, like taking here with the rook and then time traveling. It was an interesting game. Oh, I think that was the one where the thumbnail slash title is. I forget what the title is, but the thumbnail is call an ambulance, but not for me. Oh, it's like tricky reversals in 5D chess. It's that video. I forget exactly what I did. Perhaps, but I'm also doubt bishop e3 is the only move. Correct, bishop e3 is not the only move. Such silly grammar mistakes. But if white doesn't do that, then black may have some f2 ideas. Taking immediately is just losing. Queen h5 check. Is it? Queen a5 check. It's not an instant mate and white can play bishop d2. Yeah, that's what... Are we talking about taking immediately? Yeah. Yeah, so... Yeah, so after d takes c5, sure, bishop a5 check, but then bishop d2. I mean, and then, like, you know, black recaptures the pawn, I guess. And then you play e3. You know? E3? No E3. Black is better in development and position. Still can't be named immediately losing except if you're GM. I think I'm on kind of Dreamer's side here. Yeah, I mean, when you say black is better in development and in position, what you really mean is that black has a queen on the middle of the board. You know, which at least in classical isn't great. And if you don't have crazy shenanigans in 5D, also isn't great. So I don't know if I agree. Or a Dreamer. All right, no longer on Dreamer's side. Calm down, man. Take it easy. Take it easy. But no, yeah, I mean, I'd like to play some games. Maybe we can workshop some games after this. But, you know, let's not get ahead of ourselves because we still have one more game to play. As black, no less. Let's see. This is for all the marbles. I'm pretty much ready when you are, Sarp. I'll go ahead and pull up the code and then you can join whenever you want. We're black, medium timer, turn 0, everything looks good. You got this? We'll see. It's going to be tough. It's definitely going to be tough. And I'm nervous, especially as black. Let chat decide who I meant. I was letting chat decide who you meant. I am ready. All right, Sarp. GLHF, my dude. Catch you on the other side. Good luck. Good luck. Let's see how this goes. Let's see how this goes. Okay. Last game of the league. Here we go. Winner takes all. Oh my goodness, it's not C4. We're just gonna play. This is exactly what we're gonna do. Not too mad about that. Here, I think we're definitely gonna do one of these. Could also do this. This seems decent. I'm maybe a little bit more comfortable doing this. So we probably just will. Not gonna think about it too much. Oh, a little bit of that action happening. Let's go maybe here, like this now, and see what happens. Let's just see what our opponent do. Let's see what our opponent do now. Yeah. Let's see what happens here in this position. I'm curious. It's a tricky position for sure, man. I mean, this is a this is kind of as standard as it gets. I think like this symmetric position is kind of, you know, the E4, E5. It's like the Ruy Lopez of turn 0 right now, at least. I know a lot of people are coming up with different ideas, you know, like the C-pawn openings. But, you know, this is the tried and true. Now we have to see what our opponent ends up doing out of this position. This position gets tricky. Amazingly, we're ahead on the clock, and as black, no less. I don't know what that's about. Okay, this happened, so now we do this immediately. That happened, so now we do this immediately. Now our opponent is thinking. chat is wondering where I'm going with this, the answer is that this bishop next turn is going to travel to here, which is now checking the king on this board, like so. And now he has to get creative. Now he has to get very creative. I had this one ready for a rainy day. Looks like it was just the right time. I honestly don't know what our opponent does out of this. He's certainly got time. Okay, I mean, the first step was always going to be something like this. The problem is that he can't do anything after this. But we don't have a check to deliver. I think that recapturing here is totally fine. Because next turn, he has to be able to do something. And he can't capture. We're not going to give him time. We're going to stay under 30 seconds utilized on the clock. We just are. We just are. He's got another time travel to use. Can't do it with this knight or this knight because neither of them have moved down here in that time. So the only time travels he's got are with this queen and only to this position, which is unhelpful. Unfortunately for our opponent, it is unhelpful. Now we don't really have a check that we can deliver, but I don't think we need to. I think we can do almost anything and it's okay. He certainly doesn't have a check that he can deliver, you know, onto this board. Just isn't in the cards. So I think, well, our opponent, let's put it this way. He's got 16 minutes to find a way out of this and very few options. Okay, one of the only moves that he's got. And it still doesn't get him there. If I'm not wrong. That is the furthest that he can go. Yeah, we've got the cool knight check. But also, it doesn't help him. It doesn't move the present forward more crucially than that. If he goes to this board. So the only place he can go is to this board. You know, and the furthest that he can go on that board is with the queen. So something like this. And he can't cover this square with the queen from anywhere because it's being blocked on the horizontal by this knight and subsequently, you know, by that king. So yeah. What is cool about this as well is that, okay, so he's doing the queen move because there's really no other move for him to make. Now we probably just do one of these. Right? Stay. Just block both of his queens from doing anything. And we win the game. There we go, chat. Under 30 seconds used. Feels pretty good. GG, Sarp. GG. By the way, is this the last game of the league? Isn't there a 6th week in Advanced League? Wait, I meant Summit didn't play his 3rd week games. Am I wrong? No, this is the last. Sarp is the last person who I have to play. Because there are 5 opponents. He's my 5th opponent. There are 6 people in the league. Dreamer is saying, oh no, this trap. Bishop g2 and it's over. How dirty of you. Oh, I thought I was talking to myself the whole game. GG, man. This is an idea that I was first introduced to by an Andre versus Dreamer game, which is why Dreamer's getting like PTSD stress flashbacks. It's an incredibly sharp idea, and I haven't used it yet in a tournament game. I've been waiting. But the thing is, yeah, in a position like this, what's incredibly easy to forget is that this bishop is actually doing a job on its home square, and that job is defending g2. The second that it moves away, you threaten capturing the queen here, which is pretty disastrous. And the obvious move is, especially if you've never seen it before, is king takes. And in the event that king takes, which, I mean, king takes is pretty obvious. Then, yeah, you pull the bishop out, and then you have this check in the past. It's a real monster to deal with. If you don't see it in time, I don't even think that there's a way to prevent it here. Like, this doesn't prevent the travel. And so if you see this idea exists, I don't think there's anything that white can do, like, after this that prevents it. Obviously, there's something like, you could play this bishop out here next to this queen, and do probably Jurassic Queen is the way, right? I think that after a Jurassic Queen, you've probably got some options, especially because the knight starts off here, right? So, like, probably what you have to do in this position is something like Queen b3 and then Jurassic Queen, and then keep this knight here for the rest of your days, so that on this timeline, this knight captures this bishop. But it's really tricky, and if you don't see that in time, then you're in trouble. But it's really hard to deal with. GG. Do you want to join VC for the Blacks forced draw? Yeah, let's do that. Big GGs to Sarp. I was incredibly nervous about those games, and I think rightfully so. Especially against the c5 prep, I was really scared. And even against c4. And I think that if I didn't get this, sort of sharp idea that he hasn't seen before, I think I got lucky here, is what I'm saying. I think I got way luckier than I deserved. But that's the way that it happened. Okay, let's rep our games, and then let's join chat. Okay. Let's rep W at Sarp, and then rep W at Sarp, and then join voice chat so that we can talk about the forced win, which I'm very curious about. Man, I still haven't like shed all of the nervous energy. We're up to 1648 elo, which is exciting. Let's see where we can catch. I can't believe Sarp's only 1500. It's because he hasn't played like any games on the ladder. You should be way higher than 1500. All right, let's turn off the music for now, and then let's get into voice chat with Sarp. Hey man, how's it going?
Hello.
GG's, dude. I think I really got lucky with that, with you not having seen that before.
I remember seeing something like that, but anyways, wait, let me share the game.
Let's watch Sarp's. Here, I'll get your perspective onto stream. Screen cap. Here we go. Okay, we're watching Sarp's gameplay footage here. What is it? What is this fade out that happens?
Is
that an option?
I don't know.
I must have disabled that.
Game.
Okay. Oh, I think it's like auto switch perspective is like a thing
Yeah.
that you can disable. Okay.
Anyway,
Right. So the idea is knight f3, knight
after
f6, d4, c5.
if white takes,
Okay, if white takes here after the queen comes out,
then
yep.
there are two lines for black.
Mm-hmm.
The gambit line is queen to e6. But
What's
we
the
are
idea
looking at
there
this.
with queen e6? Well, we'll get there. We'll get there.
Yeah, I haven't studied it enough to know, but it's in the theory. I guess.
Gotcha. I'm guessing bishop e3 here.
Yeah, yeah, bishop e3.
Yep.
Again, we sacrifice our queen.
Mm-hmm. Oh shit! Just
After
straight up sack the queen.
Yeah,
Okay.
after you take, we come in with the
Oh,
knight.
you go back to the same turn before.
Yeah, but it's too late. So if you attack the knight and defend the pawn at the same time,
Like
then
with queen d3?
yeah, and we still time travel onto the bishop.
Okay. God, the frame rate. Shit, the fade-ins are not kind to the frame rate
Yeah.
here.
Anyways,
Okay, yeah, we got the check here.
yeah, after you take,
Yeah, yeah.
which we still come. You still have the same idea,
Ah, okay.
but this time we have this queen check.
What?
Yeah, sacrificing both queens.
Okay.
And now whatever you
Oh,
black
just for
can-
the check. So then white takes back and then the knight goes back. This is
Yeah,
so
exactly.
janky. What the fuck? Okay.
Yeah, and like white has pretty much no way of avoiding this. And on the bottom, what white does whatever.
What?
Let's say
What if you like give a check, sack the queen? Does it matter? No, because black doesn't do anything on this board anyway, right?
yeah, specifically on this spot, the only move you have against it is sacking your queen.
Oh, okay.
Otherwise, it gets off-mated.
But
And like
yeah.
I haven't analyzed what exactly happens if you sack your queen.
But then black sacked both their queens and white's only sacked one
Yeah.
queen. the
I mean-
chattest, most reckless moves ever. So okay, just show the time travel anyway. I want to see the board state
Wait, I
after.
made the move already. Let me show the time travel.
Okay. Pseudo says I was working with him on this, but I don't think it's too great.
Yeah.
Well, it's definitely interesting. I just spoiled for myself that you win both games. Andre, you're gonna want to watch game 2. As you know, you cost me those games against Tesseract, and you sort of made up for it in this game 2 versus Sarp, basically. Sarp also just quit out of the lobby. I think he DC'd maybe. What are you analyzing? We're analyzing interesting sack heavy like gambit that black has if they open c5 against knight f3 d4 and after c3 what queen b6 white plays d takes c5.
Yeah, and then black sacrifices his queen, and then sacrifices his queen again.
Yeah, black sacrifices queen twice, and they get a soft mate. I think they get like an exiled king's situation if white doesn't respond
exactly.
properly. Yeah. So it's not like, yeah, it's there's shenanigans for sure. What happened to the stream? Your video died.
Oh, it died.
It died.
That sometimes happens. I don't know why that happens.
Okay. All right. Okay. So here we have. Okay. So this is after both of the queens have been sacked. Now black has a time travel.
Yeah. After this, black can do this,
The frame rate is just so low.
and then black has to defend here. Otherwise. And then white has a really strong attack. It's not
okay,
good
wait,
enough.
what happened? Can you show us the new timeline? Because the frame rate's just so low. Like all of the transition destroyed the video. Okay, so
This
we've
is
got
the-
this. We've got this soft mate here, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
But how are you going to defend against that?
Well, if you have
I
white,
guess by Jurassic Queening and then
uh,
attacking it.
instead of going nowhere, oh no, you can't go 2 squares away with the queen. Uh,
Yeah.
wait. Still doesn't work. Never mind. Uh, okay, so yeah, sacking the queen makes this
Work.
impossible. Okay.
Yeah, you can't avoid it after like. I mean, you could maybe not take the queen here, but
I mean, yeah, no, that's
um,
that. Well, yeah, then you have a one turn in the past F2, F2 time
yeah,
capture. Oh no, you can't capture upon one turn in the past, because it recaptures itself.
because of yeah,
But yeah, no, I mean, there's something, right? Like you move the queen back 2 squares, and then you do like a 3 moves in the past time travel or something stupid. Okay.
I mean, there's probably something like that.
I think it
Anyways,
makes
in this
sense to turn
situation,
off auto flip. Tell Sarp to turn off auto perspective in the pause menu. I did propose that as
no,
an option.
it's
I think it's
yeah,
better for the
yeah.
frame rate.
Okay,
There we go. Okay, much
I
better.
need that.
And Dreamer's in here too. Dreamer, what do you think of this? What do you think of this line?
Wait, let's show the line.
I mean, he's on stream, so he must have joined the call for
Okay.
a reason.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, let's review the line again, anyways.
Pseudo says the analysis here is if you have looked at it a bunch trying to play for a win, but white's usually able to defend. Oh yeah. I mean, not after the. Oh well, yeah. If you're playing for a win, I guess it's But I mean, it's obviously annoying that black has the draw. Um, but I'm sure, yeah. If you sack the one queen in exchange for the two queens and timeline priority, I mean, yeah, I'm pretty happy as white. But I don't know,
Yeah,
timed
but is
match.
white going to see that?
Yeah,
Also, like sacking a queen against two queen sacks, like
yeah. You gotta fight fire with fire, man.
yeah, I guess.
Yeah. Wow.
Wait,
Okay.
actually,
That's
let's
pretty
see what
entertaining.
happens if you attack the queen. Yeah.
I'm gonna plug in my phone. Just gonna wait till we get to the. Just gonna
I
wait till we
guess
get
maybe
to the
I should
position
just
here.
chasing 5D
I
website
don't know if
so that
that'll.
we
I
can
don't know if that'll. Oh, to back up. Yeah, maybe. Well, no, because
maybe.
it doesn't work in turn 0 to back up. There's like a bug.
Yeah, but like we are not using the zero turn, so it's fine.
Okay, that's fair. We could do it on standard. But yeah, so here.
But, yeah. Here, white, like goes back. Actually, what if? Wait, oh no. Let me go to chasing 5D.
Okay.
Mm,
I can just pull it up on stream as well. Um,
let me share my screen.
let's pull up chess in 5D on our stream as well, so we can get our hands dirty. Local game, human versus human, standard. Okay, so it
There is
starts.
a match analyzer option. There
Knight
is a
of.
match analyzer.
There's a match. Yeah, but it's. Oh. This doesn't let us go back. Thank you.
Yeah.
Match analyzer, standard. Okay. So after knight of 3, knight of 6, d4 we have c5. And then after c3 we have queen b6. And then
Yes, that's all.
takes.
Yeah.
And now bishop e3 and then the queen sacks, right?
Yes.
Which is absurd. So let's do that. And
I
then,
think if you don't do bishop e3, the queen can go back into past f2 and have some idea.
Yeah. That's that. I think that you want to close this diagonal up, immediately. That makes a lot of sense. So after this, you take with the pawn, pretty much only move. Otherwise, I mean, I don't
Like,
know. Maybe there's actually a way for white to not do that here. So then this happens. Um,
wait, I have another idea for black. What if after pawn takes?
I have an idea for
What if black
white.
goes to
Um,
knight d4?
after knight. Okay, after knight e4. What
Let
if
me.
white plays queen b3, preparing an f7 sec?
Wait, can you share your screen on Discord so that
There is
I
turn
can?
zero. Oh yeah, let me share it on Discord as well. Pseudo, there is turn zero on chess in 5D, but the going back a turn
Also,
function doesn't work. The undo. Um,
yeah,
let
it
me.
destroys the zero turn somehow.
Yeah. It's just a little. Oh, it's gonna. What I want to do is show my. I'm showing the wrong screen. Change
Yeah.
windows. Show. Okay, here we go. There, that should have worked. Okay. Romad's here. Hope you recovered from the night shifts. Slowly but surely, we're getting there. If you watched my league match yesterday, it's evident that I did not recover, but we got the job done. Okay, if white goes queen b3 here and black does the thing, does white win?
Yeah.
Uh,
No, yeah, black doesn't do the thing yet. Black waits a move and then just mates.
oh, black waits a move and then just mates. That makes sense. But if okay, so
That's
let's say that
why.
black. Let's just say to see if this has any teeth for white, that we get an f7 sec here. Is this either
Yeah,
possible to defend
to wait a move,
for
you need to know that. That's a good question.
because now we have a knight that also blocks the initial knight. Um, the knight on
Yeah,
+1L blocks e3. I mean, this is just
yeah.
so ridiculous, but
I mean,
uh,
I think
we're
it's
having fun
viable.
here.
Yeah, if black just waits a move, then you would a7 sack, and then the mate doesn't work because it's in the future.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Although
But then,
black does
I
have
mean,
a knight on f7, but I mean, you
yeah,
sacrificed a queen for a queen, so who knows? Who knows who's doing better here? uh,
yeah. I mean, it's just carnage at this
oh
point.
no. Okay, so I mean, there's an issue here because yeah, it really is. Okay, so black has to take the queen because it's checking the king in the
Yeah.
past upstairs. So now, as white, you
White
wait a
has
move and
time
you have a
travel.
time travel with the knight.
Yeah.
So I mean, this was just one
Uh,
idea, off rip, uh, and it looks maybe spooky.
I
All
mean, it was tricky for both sides.
it looks spooky for both sides. Who knows? But it's unclear. But yeah, there does seem to be this ridiculous idea that I mean, I
Yeah.
think if I got to this point and black did this, yeah, I think I probably immediately queen sack, which is ridiculous, but yeah. Uh, okay. All right. I'll have to mull this over. I don't know if there are like more solid ideas that aren't like immediately deflectable for white or for black. Sarp's analysis is a little off. White has a better move than time shotting to f7. Tell us pseudo, unless this is like secret strats that you're just that you want to break out in ranked. This ridiculous gambit. You can't just say white's got better moves and then stay silent.
Also, there is another idea that I saw for black just now.
Oh, tell me where, when.
I don't think it quite works, but um, what if knight moves to? Wait, let me check the position on my side.
Yeah.
What if white move? What if black moves to g4 instead of e4 on turn 6 with a knight?
G4 instead of E4. Oh, threatening mate immediately.
Yeah,
But then you don't have the two turns in the past
but
time travel,
then
right?
no, I mean you can time travel in the past to e4. That's
Yeah,
like
but
an
it's
it opens up
not
that.
to this. Oh, okay. Let's just see it.
I
Um,
mean I think it's worth, but it's worth to try that. So
Dreamer says, "Why not on 94, just knight bd2 and trade this annoying knight away. And then he says, never mind, I missed something. How do I delete my message? Dude, it's chill out, dreamer. It's okay. You don't have the luxury of never being wrong. Yeah, calm down. I'm wrong like 75% of the time on stream. Just like, learn to love yourself anyway. uh let's go knight g4 here. Uh okay.
Now, the idea is that like black can't threaten the knight and defend e3 at the same time, which I mean,
Um
black doesn't need to. Sorry, white.
Wait,
I
what?
got confused.
Yeah, so like for queen d4 here, you know,
Yeah.
then it's kind of doesn't work, right? Wait,
Now,
where does this knight go?
what if
2 turns in the past? Oh,
no?
nowhere.
The knight
Okay.
goes one turn in the past. To
But it doesn't go to
e3.
e3. Knight 1 turn in the past. It goes to
Sorry,
e4.
e4, yeah. And
Okay,
then
we want to go
it goes
e4 1 turn in
again.
the past. Oh, I think I understand.
Yeah.
Like e4 here. Uh, and then the queen can just
Time travel
recapture it.
again.
Well, I mean, not that that's good, but I'm just saying. Okay, so now, yeah, white does
Yeah, the queen can capture it. I missed that.
something. Well, white also, by the way, has the option of, let's see, where does this occur? Oh no, it doesn't quite work. Never mind. Okay, yeah. So whatever. White does like literally anything, and then the
Yeah,
idea
I
is
don't think.
that black goes where? Yeah, I don't know if it works.
Yeah, I don't think it works.
Yeah, frowny face. Knight g4 looks silly because white can just defend e3 with the queen. Yeah. I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just lose the geometry just doesn't work out. You still
Yeah.
defend e3, and what's next for black? Yeah, I think probably knight g4 isn't the idea.
I mean,
Yeah, so I'm not overall. I'm not I'm not super impressed by this line. It's entertaining, and I mean the point of these kind of ridiculous super sacky lines is if there's no preparation, then you're good.
yeah, that was my goal,
under
but you didn't take the pawn.
yeah under time pressure, and just like tournament pressure, I can see how this can definitely catch someone off guard
Yeah.
because they
Exactly.
feel like they're playing maybe like yeah. I'm glad this would have been flagging by force. I totally agree. I'm very glad that I didn't take here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh man.
I mean,
Romance gotta go.
this
Just
time
wanted to
was.
hop by. All right.
I mean, this line was the reason that I calculated that whole drawing thing.
Okay. Well, we dodged the bullet here.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. See you later, Roman. No, thanks for hopping in. Thanks for saying hi.
I guess by then, good games.
All right, GG's, man. If you want to play a little bit more, stick around. Let's catch some more games.
I mean, maybe we could play some Hand and Brain.
I'd be down for some Hand and Brain. Hand and Brain is always fun. We could play. We'll mix it up. We'll see what chat's into. If there are a few people who want to play Hand and Brain, then we'll jump into some of that. We'll do a quick little poll.
Yeah.
All right. Catch you in a bit.
Okay.
All right,
Bye.
All right. Good old Sarp showing us the most bombastic lines. It's like the ICBM gambit, but in 5D. All right, chat. We're at a crossroads here. We can do some Hand and Brain, which is always fun. But that's if people are down to play some Hand and Brain. We could play. Sonoy would be down for Hand and Brain. If we could get a fourth, then like 1 or 2 games of Hand and Brain sounds fun. I'd also be willing to play some. What was the variant at the beginning of stream that people said was good? The flip one. The what's that game mode called? Where it's half reflected. I'd be willing to try some of this. I don't think I've played a single game of Half Reflected on stream. So I'd be down for that as well. We could play Hand and Brain Half Reflected, though I'd prefer to kind of explore it on my own, before doing that. Bruh, it's hard to resist playing Hand and Brain. It sounds like we've got 4, yeah. We've got Sarp, Sonoy, Andre, and Romad. Or, sorry, Andre and Sarp. Romad just left. Okay. Well, let's do a little bit of that. Let's hop into Discord and just get some Hand and Brain. I mean, we got to decompress, right? We played some real high stress decompress Hand and Brain. Yeah. idea for title for second game, Dreamer's Nightmare. Andre needs to make some tea first. All right, Andre, make your tea. Make your tea and hurry back. What's the ETA on the tea? I don't want to wait forever. Maybe I play a game of Half Reflected first, and then we play some Hand and Brain. Or he could play with somebody else. Andre did have dibs. I don't know how long it'll take him to make tea. Dude, I swear to God, after the last exotic tourney round where I played like 3 hours of, I still need to find a way to edit that down. But after like the 3 hours of losing to average in bronze, I've been like, bronze have been coming up in my dreams, genuinely. Just going over the lines like over and over again. You know how you have those nightmares or maybe sometimes dreams that aren't necessarily that pleasant, but not necessarily nightmares. Want to play 10-minute reverse royalty? Sounds like somebody's got some kind of gambit up their sleeve, but listen, Pseudo. If you're gonna tempt me with some reverse royalty, there's no way in hell that I'm gonna back down, because this game mode is just the best. 10-minute reverse royalty, I'm down. Let's blitz out a game of reverse royalty. But yeah, man, it's like, you know, those dreams that a lot of people seem to have where you're like driving a car, but like it doesn't respond very well when you like turn the wheel, you know, it's all like loosey goosey. Or like if you're like running, but you can't really run super quickly, you're just like ineffectual. It's like those, but with bronze. Like I see the board and then everything that I do, my opponent just, GLHF by the way, Pseudo. I should have played English. I don't know why I didn't open English here. Not used to seeing E4, tell you that much. Let's just do a little bit of this. But yeah, it's like everything that I do, somehow my opponent takes advantage of it with the bronze. And then if I use the same strategy sometime, I mean, I guess that's actually what happened on stream, but I was just in this endless, like stressful loop of like, I can't win. What do I do? Running, but you get nowhere? Dude, exactly. Like genuinely. This happened to me. Okay, we're going to play looking like classical right now. Maybe we can fried liver him. Okay, let's not get fried livered. We can't actually get fried livered because of the Common King, of course. Let's get our bishop out here like this. Let's just do a little bit of this. Wow, just reverting to classical theory here. This is like a transposed Ruy Lopez. Here, of course, if doesn't move the pawn, we take the knight and then we take the pawn. Yeah, like if moves the knight, takes, and then after retakes, takes. Okay, moves the pawn to defend. Yeah, that's fine. So here I think we actually want to move this king up here. Getting the king active. Getting it... Basically prepping so that it can... Okay, here we fuck with our opponent's pawn structure just a little bit, because he pushed this instead of this. So, haha, we doubled his pawns. We win, guys. We did it. Okay, here we prep, I think, a pawn push. Or, actually, I didn't want to do that. I wanted to do a3, preparing b4, so that was silly. That was silly. I won't say I misclicked, because that's what like I meant to click, like with my brain. or with my hand, but not with my brain, if that makes sense. This is really dangerous for our opponent now. He's got to be careful. I'm okay with a little bit of this. If takes, we just retakes with the knight for sure. We're also up on time, which is nice to see. Something like the Dutch might not be bad. I could see Dutch not being bad in reverse royalty. Bond Cloud? Hell yeah, dude. Here I wonder if we don't just take. What's the idea here? Well, okay, the idea is here that he doesn't want us to activate our bishop like this. Here I actually like this Frappuccino. I think our opponent's got to be careful. I think we have some... Okay, so now a little bit of this happens. Actually, I think maybe this isn't so bad. It's not so bad in Blitz 5D. Blitz versus royalty is interesting because there aren't as many like degenerate, like super crazy, tricky 5D thing. Like it's harder to mate in reverse royalty, right? Where did that term come from? I actually prefer black structure here because of D5 or F5. So D5 here or F5 here. You're entitled to your opinion, certainly. You are. I think if he wants to trade these off, that's probably fine with me. And if he wants to take here, then I've got the push. Frappuccino. So Frappuccino, I mean, obviously what I'm actually saying is Fianchetto. But I think it came from Box in the first PogChamps tournament. Okay, so we do get a little bit of this. So let's just do one of these. I think it's really annoying to deal with. We do have like a bishop captures here, which is no longer defended by this guy. And then we have like a fried liver. He could like threaten a fried liver here, which maybe we should have respected a little bit more. Maybe this is a bad, maybe this is a bad play. Who knows? Yeah, because after this, he could ostensibly, like this happens, he could do like a time travel captures. No, I mean, it's possible. But we do threaten, probably he's not going to do that one turn in the past and then he has to move this. But then he has the knight here, so maybe we put ourselves in trouble by actually not recapturing with a knight here. I wouldn't be surprised. Probably knight recaptures was the better move. It also opens up the bishop. All right. In hindsight, we thought a little bit too little, given the situation. That I actually didn't even expect. Okay, so here we could do a little bit of this preemptively. He could always go back and to this square with this bishop, kind of like what we did not too long ago. Let's see. What can we do? I think that's probably a good move. Going back in time to recapture here. I don't know. Gives us timeline advantage. But then he's got the recapture here, and I don't have enough pieces defending. Okay. It's good. It's a good move. Honestly, dropping back here might not be the worst idea. Maybe. Could also do one of these. Kind of forces the capture. Man, it really opens us up, though. Tell you what. Too bad we can't castle in this variant. Holy shit. Oh, actually, you know what we could have done after this? Well, no, there wasn't really a way that we could have done that. Maybe this? This seems pretty crazy. This seems really crazy. But maybe. maybe this. This seems insane. This seems insane. That's why we're going to do it. This seems so ludicrous. This just seems so ridiculous. This just seems so ridiculous, but maybe it works. It just seems so silly, so ill-advised. It might work. It's crazy enough to maybe work. Mostly because of this king in the middle, by the way. It's a real linchpin here. Okay, if captures, we recaptures. For sure. Now our opponent has the 2 turns in the past. Captures here. Or, you know, here. But, like, next turn. Oh, is it this turn? I thought it was next turn. Yeah, but no, this will check our... this will check our queen here very soon. So I have to set up a way to capture it. Oh, taking here also. No, but then we can capture that as well. Okay. Cool. Let's just do this. We also have timeline priority, which is nice. Actually, we didn't have to do that because this pawn recaptures this in a turn. Oh, well. Let's just do this. This also checks us. Oh, we did a silly thing, I think, right? Okay, here, what checks what? Okay, only this checks that. So let's just do this. No, okay, that also... Okay, so what we have to do is time travel now. All right. Our opponent got us. Yeah, because this checks this. Like when it's on the next turn, like this checks this queen here. And so what we can do is move this out of the way, like here or something like that. So basically only move is takes here, because we need to move our queen here out of the way. This will eventually, like in history, check this guy, not next turn, but the turn after. Or, you know, like after we make this move. So what we're doing here is threatening this piece with multiple of our pieces. So I think he's a turn off, right? Like I think he wanted to do this, not this turn, but the turn afterward. I think. I mean, it gives us a turn to do something else to get out of it, but I think we're safe here. Yeah, I think we're safe here. Which might seem crazy, but that's the way it is. Bishop f2 mate. I don't know when that was supposed to happen. But yeah, Frappuccino comes from Box in the first PogChamps tournament. And then when it's when the sniper is no longer in the nest, when the bishop is gone, it's an empty Frappuccino, of course. On the crazy line I showed, black c8 bishop gets left undefended, so white could time travel capture it with the queen. To get the win. Super interesting. This, I don't really know what this does. Now we have timeline priority, and I'm kind of happy about that. What do we do now? Now we do, where do I have to be careful? So now this bishop... or no, this queen is now getting propagated, like in this direction. So it appeared here this turn. So it's got to get covered up by this guy this turn, right? Yep. So let's just do that. And then this queen here was never. So let's find a home for our cute little knight. Actually, you know what would be cool? Is if we could really open up our queen, but, you know, obviously threaten some shenanigans. We have to consider cross timeline moves as well now. And this is undefended if he moves the knight, but where's he going to move the knight? Could also do some of this, but then this happens, but then this happens. Maybe trading that bishop is actually okay with me. Because I do want to get this knight the fuck out of there. I think that's good news for us if that happens. Yeah, why not? Sounds fun. Well, does this hold down the fort though? This is protected here. Let's do this. Let's just do this. Let's just do this because time. I forgot it's short timer. You can take the bishop with the rook. Don't tell him. Oh, is it rated? No, it's not. It's not rated. OMG, the queen was never. The queen was never. The queen and king. Yeah. Yeah. The queen. The queen and I. Yeah. Dude, these kings, I swear to God, they're so clutch, especially when there's more than one timeline. We've got timeline priority here as well. What can we do with it? Wow, our opponent's kind of wide open here, eh? So I think the idea is here to, if we can open this up, that's awesome for us. Because like the turn after we open this up, if he closes it again, okay, that's the play. If we open this up and he closes it again, then on the next turn we have, this is a win. Like if we can pivot this queen, get like a cheeky little queen win in there. Because I mean, these knights, they're an issue. These knights are an issue. Oh wow, we win on this board. We win on this board in like 8 turns, which is pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Not sure what the idea here is. Oh, I guess he just wants to get the queen off the diagonal, right? And this looks a lot more sketchy because it's just wide open. But this file also looks super sketchy. How does he ever get anything onto this file? I don't know the answer. If this move happens, we just want to play defensively, prevent our opponent from actually getting anything on this file. Opponent's also flagging. Okay, so we get a little bit of that action. So now I think that we probably want to do something like, well, I think that now we want to be careful because we're going to win eventually anyway. That's the game plan. Now if we take this, he can recapture with the king. That's not super appealing to me. I think that maybe probably getting our queen back to safety on this board is a good play. I want to be careful. I really like where this king is and what it's doing for me. I think that, yeah, there's definitely some tricksy stuff that I can do here. And I think a lot of it has to do with this. Was the queen ever? No, that's where the queen was ever. Okay. Let's do a little bit of this. Let's kick this guy. Let's kick the shit out of this guy. Because we have some tricky ideas here, especially with this bishop. All right, I really like our position. So the queen is here. So next turn it's going to be here, and then on our next turn. So then after that turn, 1, 2, 3 turns after that. 3 turns after next turn, we push this and we win. The following turn, so we win here in 2. We win here after 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yeah, 5 turns. Yeah. So in 3 turns after next one, we push b4, and then on turn 4, the position of the line of sight to the queen propagates to b3, and then we win with our bishop on b2, 5 turns from then. 2 turns after we push b4. And I don't see how else he gets in there. This king, these common kings are just like MVP, man. And we've got a lot that we can distract him with up here. Like, it's going to be really difficult for him to get anything onto this. We could probably also, I'm not even that worried about it. I was thinking like we could threaten an earlier mate just to put pressure on, but let's just play patiently. Let's just like develop our pieces. I mean, there's always like this threat, except it's reverse royalty, so you can just, okay. I think I'm cool with that. Now we can threaten mate, though. Okay, a knight comes here to block this, I guess. Interesting. Okay, so now, oh my god, we just have so many things that we could do. We could play for a what do we even do, chat? I got like decision paralysis just because we've got so many options. I think that we could take the knight down there. We could maybe we can shore up the defense of that square with some not super worried about it. Could maybe do something like this diagonal. We could rotate this knight. We could open up this diagonal in a way that's really annoying for him. We could what do we do? We've got so many sacks. All right, let's allow our opponent to flag rather than ourselves. So maybe we can do one of these. Actually, let's probably just play it safe. I think if we play it safe, yeah, let's play it safe because we have a win eventually anyway. And then down here we can just do one of these. I'm okay with that. Open up both of these long diagonals. Yeah. Kick this knight up here again. I think he really wants to activate his common king here, probably. We'll just run out the clock. What we should just do, yeah, if this is going to be my strategy, then I should just not think like nearly as much as I am. Okay, we can just recapture here. That's not a big deal at all. And then from here to here happens. So maybe okay, so he's trying to get at our bishop down there. So maybe, okay, we could do something weird like deliver a check. We could also do something like, oh, I see. He checked us here so that we can't move. Ah, yeah, it's very clever. Okay, so here, I mean, this is an obvious issue, like takes here and then the mate down here. So I do need to find a way to cover that square from here. So let's just do one of these. Now we have to rotate our queen to here so that we can get here in time for the mate, or, you know, probably here more realistically. But we still have this, right? Because our king covers these squares. Also, our opponent only has like 7 seconds to move. He's going to flag before we even get to this mate. I have like 3 more turns before I have to push this anyway. And so like taking here, going here. Okay, we won on time. All right. Okay. Well, that's cool too. Knight takes e5 looked good. Well, I didn't want to lose the game. You can't get mated in reverse royalty if your queen was never. That's true. Who's this game against? This is against Pseudo. Why do you keep calling rooks knights? Oh, did I call? I don't know why. I do that all the time, don't I? I'd never notice it. I'd never notice it. Or no, it wasn't good? Yeah, it wasn't good. Yeah, I wanted to get you with your own trap, but it looked good. Yeah. GG Pseudo. Yeah, I think we still had time. I think we still even had time here. If takes, then, you know, I think we have another turn to like move the knight, and then we push the pawn here, and then we get our queen here 2 turns later. It works. Because if you push the pawn here, then the next turn it's here, and then you push here, the next turn it's here, and then you get the queen over there. So I think it still works. Oh, actually, what makes more sense than that is to push this pawn and then pull this bishop down from this board. Actually, that's the much more straightforward play. That's much better than getting the queen out there, which takes 2 turns. This only takes 1 turn. But GG. Yeah, it was an interesting game. Okay, that was a game. Let's play some goddamn hand and brain. Let's get everyone on the server. Actually, let me grab a drink first. Let me grab a beverage. Everyone hop into Lexi's Discord, into the Hand and Brain channel. That was Sarp, Sanoy, and Andre. And I'll be right back with a beverage. And let's get our music back on. Hell yeah, dude. All right, we back. And we have beverage. What is Lexi's Discord? All right, Pseudo. Let's link Lexi's Discord in the chat. Because apparently Pseudo's not in it. Boom. Lexi's Discord is where we play Hand and Brain. It's just a little, you know, it's just the sort of active gang from the regular 5D chess Discord. But a different Discord. It's basically for nerds. Sup, Andre, get in here, man. Where are you guys at? Presumably 20 minutes was long enough for Andre to make tea. Please. Come on. I mean, he was here commenting on the last game, so. All right. Let's join server. Let's pause the music again. Hey, Sonoy, how's it going, man?
Good.
Word. Here's Andre. What's up, Andre? Oh, yeah? All right, Andre's feeling quiet. What about Sarp?
I just saw Saab's Discord icon.
What is... Oh, yeah, that's cute.
The little cat. I didn't know that was possible.
Yeah. Pretty good.
Rare mutation.
Mutation. Okay, so what are we playing? What game mode?
I think any 8x8 would be fine by me.
Any 8x8?
Yeah, any of the normal 8x8s, like reverse
any of the
royalty,
standard?
Maybe not. Yeah.
Reverse
I think
royalty
that would be
excellent.
too much.
You gotta play.
It might be a normal game mode, but it would be too much different thinking for me.
I feel.
I think defended pawn, half reflected.
We were talking about how I've never played half reflected. So,
yeah, then not half reflected.
Well, no, I'd be interested to try that. But also, yeah. Well, I mean, are there any fan favorites here?
Turn 0, definitely.
Saab, yeah. Andre.
I prefer turn 0.
Oh, you guys just want to play it vanilla? Andre, do you concur?
I'm indifferent.
Okay. Oh, hi, babe. Thurb1807 is in the chat. She's my girlfriend. Everyone be nice and say hi. We are a quiet Saturday morning stream. Andre and Sarp say hi. Let's play turn 0 because these guys are nerds. Who's going to be hand? For you guys.
I would like to try hand, but it might be a short game.
Cool. I can also try hand.
I haven't been hand yet, so I could be hand.
Okay. I'm willing to let Sonoy and Sarp be hand, and I'll have to restream one of their perspectives. Now, Sarp's restream, the frame rate leaves much to be desired. So for the sake of the stream, I'd be cool with letting Sonoy hand for the stream. If he can stream to
I have to try. I never tried.
Discord.
Yes.
But I mean, Sarps, it wasn't that terrible. And also, having Turks on the same side is a flavor win. Thurb says, "OMG, babe, there was an ad before I could get to your stream. Does this mean you're a successful streamer?" Unfortunately, no. That's not how it works. I don't see a penny off of that. Actually, no. I think that I checked it the other day. I think I've made career 12 cents from like pre-roll ads, which is crazy because like the return rate on those is so low. I didn't even know. Is somebody plays with Andre as Brain, please use King as much as possible. Yeah. Okay. I think that we're gonna flip it a little. Andre and I are usually Hand. I think we're both gonna be Brain. I think that's fun.
So I'm streaming in Discord for the first time. I'm hoping the frame rate will be okay.
Okay, let's check the frame rate. Okay, Sonoy, click some buttons. Let's see how this looks. Oh, let me stream his perspective. Okay, that's not bad at all. Okay, we can do this. This is easy. All right.
Then that's okay.
It was fun yet successful.
I'm gonna put my phone away so I don't see the stream chat.
Yeah. No, a stream chat's a bunch of cheaters. Actually, we got a really slow stream today. Well, okay, no, we got a handful of viewers.
So should I set up the match?
Yeah. Set up one of you. It doesn't really matter.
Okay, then we have standard turn 0.
Yeah. Also, chat, let me know if the levels are off. Excuse me, I'm here, says Law. Sorry, An. No offense.
Medium timer?
Yeah. Medium timer. Long timer. We made the mistake of long timer once on stream. Not worth. I'd rather lose to time. Okay.
Wait, how long is the long timer?
It's 40 plus 8. Too much syncing? Oh my gosh, she knows the lingo. Wow. Thanks, babe. It's like, it's like when your uncle tries to stay hip with the kids, It's like, greetings, fellow Pog champs.
It's in Discord.
Black pawn, black rook, black king.
Yeah.
White knight, white king, white rook.
White knight, white king, white rook. That's a nice card.
Hell yeah. Awesome. All right, we got black. Andre, can you see Sarp's perspective?
Yes.
Sick.
Yeah.
Let's do this.
A knight.
Yeah.
Oh, nerds. All right, we're going to go with knight, Sonoy. Wow, this is crazy playing it from this side. Pre-move pawn.
I don't think pre-move was possible.
Pawn.
All right, pawn. We're going to keep it simple here. Just because it's easier to not lose.
I wouldn't force people.
Yeah. You're not going to force them to e6 turn 1.
I need a
bishop.
Sarp is a much more demanding hand than I am. Bishop. Oh, I like this move. Am I allowed to say that? I guess I'm not allowed to say that.
Well, I saw you saying that move was good about 1 hour ago on stream.
Well, it's not the move I played.
No.
Anyways.
Let's go pawn.
Pawn?
Yes.
Did you say pawn? Yeah.
Pawn? Okay, well, we can't do the same thing that we did before.
Was that a pawn, or was that just saying what the other side did?
Oh, no, that definitely wasn't. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just checking.
No. Okay, you know what I like here? Let's do a little bit of, I don't know if it's good, but I'm the brain, so I don't have to worry about it. Let's just do a little bit of queen.
Wow.
How do you do a little bit of queen?
Well, he could have done more queen there, you know? Spicy.
Spicy indeed.
It is spicy. Wow, it's so much less stress as the brain. You know, because
Yeah.
it's the onus is on the hand. You can say whatever, and even if it's a bad move, you can be like, "Wow, hand, really?" You know?
Let's go with queen. I
Oh shit.
actually think that I don't know. I feel more pressure. Let's play.
Andre just feels equal pressure regardless.
No, I feel more pressure.
Oh, you feel
brain.
no pressure.
More pressure.
Okay,
as
that's
brain.
what I thought. Oh, I see. You're saying okay. I got
Because
you.
I don't know.
Interesting.
Am
I also feel more pressure. Yeah.
I'm just gonna play queen here. That's why I asked to use king more.
Why queen exchange?
So queen
Because
again?
I'm scared, dude. Yeah, queen again.
I'm also
What do you want from me?
aggressive to start.
Oh, you didn't want him to play queen b3?
Yeah,
Interesting.
queen
Okay.
c2 or something like that.
Yeah.
I just love queens. I don't even consider
Yeah.
I heard queen and played queen.
but actually, maybe it's like now after queen exchange, there will be less different pieces on the board, so he will
Oh,
have.
that's true.
So he will have more power. So
Yeah, that's what I want is to narrow down. I just want to exercise as much agency as possible. You just force your hand to
Wait,
play with king and I react like, dude,
don't you
really?
have like less power? Ooh, interesting.
Oh,
the
okay.
less pieces, the more power you have.
I
and the
stand
more power
corrected.
I need a piece.
Okay, let's do queen.
Queen. Let's check if everything is okay. Is there any time travel? No. Time travel with that. Actually,
Yeah.
maybe, but no.
All right, so now we shit ourselves by force, chat. All right, this is cool. Let's
Like
just
I said, short game.
no. We got moves here. Okay.
Yeah, black does have moves. I can confirm.
Yeah. Well, the game's not over. We just got to find out what those moves are, and then we're in a good position. All right, I muted Discord. Guys, we need to not immediately lose the game to queen takes c6. So, I mean, there's the knight covering, so we don't have to worry about that this move. So there's no way to defend the rook, right? The question is, can we generate some like cheeky time travel win or something with the? Because I mean, after queen takes a8, obviously queen takes b8 is mate, so we got to prevent that from happening. Actually, maybe we can trap the queen. No, because then there's a time travel. Oh, but then it'll time travel to a board where. Oh, yikes! There's a time travel, isn't there? We need to make a move. Oh, wait! I've got big brain plays. I think queen b6 is good here. The question is, will our teammates see it? I think the answer is yes, right? Because there's no other like sensible queen move.
So cool.
I say that.
Yeah.
No, I muted and I'm analyzing on stream, so. But I think that we're gonna say queen.
Because I know so much about Queen.
Well, it seems like Dreamer agrees with me, so that feels good. unless it's Big Troll. Hard to tell with Dreamer. No, he's too serious. Dreamer wouldn't troll like that. Too serious. Force his teammate to play with King and then tells them that they made a bad move. All right, all right.
I have no clue what's going to happen now.
Wow, Dreamer's still salty about my game against Sarp. He's just got such PTSD.
What's wrong with that game?
Oh, Andre still hasn't seen it. We won't spoil it for Andre.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I think it's obvious that it's going to be Queen. So.
Oh, come on, dude.
So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you say Queen?
Yes, Queen.
I think that's reasonable.
Yeah. Actually, maybe there is a Queen stack.
Well, he did say Queen. So.
There are a lot of.
Yeah. I think if there is a Queen stack or something.
Mm.
I think that might be it. There isn't.
That was a real roller coaster there.
True.
I bet Andre's gonna react to that like my school.
What?
Oh, wow, okay. We're gonna say pawn. I'm not that crazy. Chat, now we've got the cool idea of knight time
I thought
travels
taking the rook might have been good.
2 into the
But
past.
okay.
And sir, let's leave the analysis at the door here. This is hand and brain.
Yeah, but now there is no queen, so.
True. We've got the really tricky knight 2 turns into the past, takes the queen, and then we're up 1 queen.
Actually,
I mean, we give up timeline priority, but
yeah, I'm showing the time travel.
and in that situation, I actually like capturing queen in the past if you've already traded off the queen, so then you can get a queen back, because there's no way that the
I'm not
opponents
going to
can
make
go
a
back up
move,
the queen.
obviously.
Looks like
Blah,
I'm the
blah,
chat for now. Yeah, it's just one of those days. Looks like Dreamer's the chat for now. Actually, chat was real full earlier. What happened? It is what it is. This is just a show. 4 of us performatively.
I'm not used to play without the queens.
Andre's paralyzed.
I mean,
Andre is just paralyzed right now. He just doesn't understand the board state.
I mean, I prefer playing without queens, so I guess it balances it out.
Is that why you also hate Princess, Andre?
I don't hate it that much. I just don't play.
No, okay, that's fair.
Okay, let's go with knight.
Knight, okay.
I definitely not hate princess as much as Lex.
Princess equals 1 love. Yeah, I think I once saw you saying something like Princess would be a much better game mode if people resigned sooner or something like that. Am I wrong? Like if they actually resigned when they were going to, you know.
It was just that Lexi said that people can make it like an hour-long game even if they plan them, but they can do it in normal chess, so you can just.
I don't remember that honestly.
They can just use all their time. normal chess, but
Right,
they
right.
usually don't chess resign. So I don't see problem with princess necessarily.
Okay, let's see if our hand sees the knight move that I'm thinking. I really want to time travel back and take that queen. I don't know if it'll happen. But we're just going to say knight. I mean, if the other knight move works too, so let's just say it. We're going to say knight here. I think he probably won't see it, especially because he's not zoomed out very far. I really don't want him to take the queen 1 turn in the past. I want him to take the queen 2 turns in the past. Because then we have a queen. Okay, it didn't happen. Now I'm really afraid of an f7 sec. Maybe I should have thought that part of it through. If he moves the other queen, then we're in hot shit. But it is what it is. I mean, it's fine because we have the bishop. So it's not that big a deal, right? We have the bishop on e6, covering f7. So, but I mean, he's also got the knight. So it's scary. It's scary. I think that, I thought that the other move that he would play is knight d7. If he didn't do the time travel, take the queen in the past, which I would have been fine with. It activates that knight. It kicks the knight, which we really don't like to see on e5, but that didn't happen. But that's what playing brain is all about. That's just how it works.
Let's do bishop.
Are we allowed to talk about missed moves? Am I allowed to say what I should have done?
No.
I don't want that in class.
I mean, there were other moves, but we'll talk about it after game.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do I? I mean, what bishop moves do I have? Not many.
You have 3 plus time travels?
I mean, time travels are 0.
Well, you also have another bishop. And so I think, and I know that this is maybe uncouth to give your opponent moves, but I think bishop g2... Or sorry, bishop g1 is what I meant for the meme. Yeah.
I guess I have to do this, which doesn't look that great, but...
Oh, come on. Where's bishop g1 on turn in the past? I don't get it. Why Brain isn't allowed to talk to his hand? Like, don't you do that in real life? Is that what you do? Does your brain regularly talk to your hand?
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
It sends
But
signal.
Surely that's not what talking is. I mean, I understand the joke. But Dreamer's a real pro princess guy. He's just too into it. Princess doesn't do that much compared to normal queen, so it becomes almost pointless. Yeah. It was annoyed with people going for Jurassic Princess. Yeah, I know. Let's go with knight here. We're just gonna do it. Yeah, Jurassic Princess, I think does a lot more for
What's the terminology? Prehistoric princess?
Oh, yeah.
I think it was Carboniferous Princess.
Sorry, what was it?
Carboniferous.
Carboniferous Prince? That doesn't start with a P. Come on. I guess Jurassic Rook doesn't either.
Yeah. The end part was important, not the beginning.
I just call everything Jurassic. I don't want...
It's every other they both be that, and that's like...
Romad calls me the princess. That's cute. I like that.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my god, so quick. What are they planning? Just blitzed out the move.
I mean, there were no other moves.
No, I know. That's the joke.
Okay.
Okay.
Can I kindly request a cheeky little zoom out, maybe, just to see where we're at right now?
Yeah, I should also do that too.
Yeah. Okay, good, perfect. Thank you.
A bit more?
No. This is good. This is plenty. Okay. Okay. This is it's a little tricky here. I don't know. I don't even know. Maybe the best play is just to say pawn and let my hand figure it out. Andre captures the pieces with the pawn, 1 move back in time. Also Andre Jurassic pawn. Jurassic pawn. Oh man.
It's like yesterday pawn.
Yesterday pawn. The pawn from last night.
Yeah, let's do knight.
Knight, huh?
I mean, there are 2 places, and I don't know which is better.
Well, you've got another knight.
Yes.
Just saying.
Yeah.
New lyrics for a song. Yesterday, all my pawn traveled so far away. I mean, points for the attempt. There was an attempt.
I don't think pawns can travel very far in one day.
No, that's the joke.
Yes.
That's the joke.
Okay. You know what's funny? I just didn't really see this. It's like, oh wow, the knight's already been to that square, so he can't just go back. Not that I would have changed my move. I'm just saying. I mean, we probably. Yeah, wow. How do you play this game without queens?
See, that was what I was trying to do.
No, I like it. It's just hard to like, because you have to be able to. You have to have ideas. We'll just go with bishop. You have to have ideas that your partner is also probably going to see. You know.
Let's do knight.
Yeah.
Let's do knight here. Hello, everyone. How's it going, Dadik? Eggly B lurk. That's a cute emote. What's up? We got a bit of a slow stream today.
I could just say that's a piece, but that's your phrase.
It's just chill. Yeah, I know. That's my line.
So it's not a piece.
It's
It's an empty square.
How'd your meeting go? Were you thinking about toast? I was thinking about toast. Thankfully, I wasn't late to the meeting. There were technical difficulties, so it like started a little late. So we got there on time. They were none the wiser.
Bishop.
It was good. It was good. Okay, now we got to think a little bit. All right. All right. Oh, bishop. Oh, I see. Oh, I see.
Yes, you do see.
You don't know that. I do see. I betrayed my intentions. Let's go with pawn.
Pawn.
All planned. Sorry for distracting. Dude, not at all. That's what chat's for. I still have to cut that up and put it on YouTube. We'll see how I'm gonna do that. It might just be the whole chunk. I haven't gone back and listened to it yet. Not the whole thing anyway. I have no idea how much of it was like intelligible. Your brain is a salad. We're back to this now. My brain certainly feels like a salad.
I was pretty sure 1.5 hours were enough discussion of that.
Nah, man. The people demand. The people demand more. You know, we need more rigor. Yeah. Was that? Yeah, that was an hour and a half.
Okay, let's go.
Courtesy of Andre, I think, or I don't know if Andre or Poison started us off.
I think I was the first person to ask if something was a sandwich.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah,
I think someone asked if Subway was a sandwich.
Okay, Poison got there in the middle. Okay.
I started because.
Sorry, which piece did you say?
A knight.
Damn it! I was trying to distract them.
This a move?
I mean, it's a move.
It is.
That's certainly a piece. Yeah. All right, chat. That wasn't the pawn that I wanted him to move last turn. So what we need to do is not lose on the spot.
We do have a real threat. And you have to do something about it.
It's true. So knight e6 is mate here. Poison says he'll take no responsibility for that discussion. No, I mean I'm happy to take responsibility. We got to figure out a way to not lose here. I think pawn up might be the only play. It's not a very good one. It's not good. I think we might lose here, chat. What the fuck do we do? How do we prevent this from happening? So I mean, okay, so f4 is a move, but it also, I think, probably loses on the spot to f3. Yeah, f4, f3, then where does our bishop go? Certainly nowhere where it can still defend against the mate. The only other move that at least delays the mate, and not very well either, is...
you want a bit more view?
Knight c5. No. Well, I mean, it doesn't hurt. You know, you can go ahead.
Sure.
But after d takes c5, after knight c5, we're hosed, right? We have just as few options. What if we could time travel? What if we can make a move where we time travel and then we defend? The problem is that there isn't anything really that can defend from there. I think we're screwed, chat. I think we're totally screwed. We could move the king. Maybe that's the only play. Do we lose if we move the king? I think not, right? Because yeah, if we move the king, then we're fine, right? Let's hope king is what we're gonna say here. King is what we're gonna say here. Okay, Dreamer says use king. I'm telling you the 4th time. Yeah. Flip the table off the timeline. Valid. I think that it's a move that should be considered. I don't know how you notate that. That's a good question. Would be a great solution to all problems. Sadly, it's not a 5D tabletop.
Oh.
I always forget Castellan exists in D&D. Because it's just...
How does casting work with reverse royalty?
I mean, I wish castling worked in reverse royalty. It's much more useful anyway.
Yeah, but the problem is the notation.
Nah, it's not that bad.
Interface, basically.
You take your you just take the queen and you click it on top of the rook.
Yes, that would be fine if you would castle that way in every other version, which you don't. So it would only be confusing.
Oh yeah, sure, yeah. I'm with you. But I mean, also maybe it's good that you can't, because I think it would make the game a lot slower. I think it's like sufficiently slow the way it is.
I find it interesting in the other big chess game that I recently found, the Chess Evolved thing, where you can
Chess Evolved?
Chess Evolved, where you can basically castle whenever. It doesn't matter if the king has moved or not, and it doesn't matter in which direction. You have basically 4 options for castling, or more likely 8 options, because you can do it 4 pieces away or 5 pieces away.
Yeah.
And you can do it with any champion piece, as in any piece that starts on the back row.
I don't know how I feel about that.
Because basically you can start the game without rooks, so they would have to give you another option for castling if you opt out of using rooks.
Let's go, nice.
I see.
Right, yeah.
Okay. Dreamer says Chess Evolved is a great game. It sounds like something, man. It sounds like it's really something.
I think it has over 100 different pieces, so maybe it's a bit difficult.
Jesus Christ. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Now we have to ask ourselves, what the fuck is happening?
I mean, something is happening.
I think you might be right.
I might opt for a knight move has happened.
Yeah. I think that's fair to say. Dude, what the fuck do we do here? So that, and that can happen. But then we have that. Oh, but then that can happen.
Yeah, you see.
Actually, no, I don't. Well, I mean, I guess I do. Oh, now I see. Yeah, okay. I was missing the thing. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so now we have to cross our fingers and say pawn.
Great.
You build your own deck of pieces because there are lots of fantasy ones.
Just gonna do a nothing move.
Any awkward situation. Okay, this nothing move is exactly what we want our hand to do. The problem is, of course, after bishop a6 check, our king has only move. Our king has only move b8 because the knight is covering c7. And after king b8, this knight just captures this rook, and they win. So that nothing move, I really hope he does it. He needs to do the nothing move to survive. No, please don't do that. I was afraid. No! All right, GG, guys.
Yeah.
We were so close.
Yeah, I didn't see any other.
The nothing move was the move.
Yeah, but what did it do?
Prevented this next move.
Yeah, but we also have another move that wins, so it wasn't good enough.
What
Yeah,
happens
it's
after?
fine.
Okay, go ahead.
After b5, I think we had a win, but okay.
What after
Play.
b5? Okay, so the idea here is.
Yeah,
Let's just play it out. Let's play it out.
Make
Let's
the
play it
move.
out.
Yeah. Tell a piece.
In any awkward situation, use the king.
Bishop, yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Oh,
Bishop.
now I see.
Yeah. King.
I was too focused on the knight.
No, I know. Well, you should have been.
Yeah.
The knight is relevant here. It was really tricky. We were in a bit of a bind. It was hard to get out of there. I think I steered us off course.
Yes.
All right, GG fam.
I think.
What do you do after b5?
I think after b5, just bishop takes b5, and if you...
No. There's a better way.
I think
Knight time travels to c6. Knight time travels to c6 just makes all
Yes,
the
but no, because if you just travel to c6, then he will recapture with his pawn. Because you can't. But if you just take on b5,
if you take on b5 with the bishop, then if you recapture, there's no pawn there to capture itself back. Okay.
Oh, right.
Yeah. Oh, Andre, so good. That makes sense. Yeah, we were hosed.
Let's go back to the knight move from earlier.
Good game.
GG. Oh yeah, this knight move. So there were two options here.
I first thought
Also,
I should take the queen.
I wanted you to take the queen 2 turns in the past.
Yeah, but I highlighted the knight and I saw I could take this queen. And I saw this didn't matter because our queen was already gone. So I immediately dropped all time travel moves. And
I know. I was considering asking you to zoom out, but it felt like a little bit of cheating.
Yeah. I tried. I thought I could take this queen, but I first saw the other queen, and then I immediately dropped all time travel moves.
I've been there.
Despite that being my initial plan.
Yeah, Sarp, you probably should have taken the rook there, yeah?
Yeah, I think.
Yes, I thought so.
Here, I should have played bishop takes knight, but Andre didn't say bishop, so I couldn't.
No, if bishop takes knight, just rook takes knight.
Yeah.
But then knight can't time travel and take our queen. That's the point.
Wait, what? But I have a queen still.
No, you don't have a queen here in this move.
Oh, are you saying after the pawn takes?
Yeah.
Then
knight takes.
Bishop takes the knight?
Yeah. And then it's like full position.
Yeah, but I'm not sure that traveling given timeline here to take this queen is that good.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the only concern, like, after we get the queen back, I don't know. White's queen side is a little tricky, but, like, never underestimate an opponent with an extra timeline. I don't even know if it was good. I just thought it was interesting. I think in a situation where you go up one net queen, it's probably good.
I think if the queens have been traded, then taking your opponent's queen in the past is good.
But I think like in this position, for example, we had this knight on e5. So, for example, if we had a timeline advantage, then this knight on e5 could have traveled and taken the bishop on e6, and then we will. Oh, okay.
Whoa, where'd he go? Well, he probably DC'd just like a little bit ago.
Okay.
Also, when they had taken our rook, they could have prevented all Jurassic rook moves from that rook, but we didn't. You didn't say rook at any time, so we couldn't have taken Jurassic rook anyway.
Yeah. So what I want to say, why I think it's not very good there to give us timeline priority is because we have that knight on e5, and it will be very good with the timeline advantage.
Yeah.
Because it can time travel on the bishop, and then we will have this knight on another board that is it can recapture again.
Yeah, but
something.
the board to which we time travel, like doesn't have that knight there yet, and we've got the queen. I don't know. I'm not too worried about that. Maybe. Yeah. I mean, it's definitely not clear. That's for sure. Like white has a lot of counterplay, especially with two timelines. Well, GG. I'm just glad we didn't lose on time.
I'm just glad the queens were traded. Then I didn't have to look out for diagonals.
Yeah, yeah, that was. I mean, in Hand and Braid, it definitely takes a lot of the pressure off, but also puts some of the pressure
when you said
on.
pawn here at T11, when you said pawn, I was like, no, I can't take this pawn because there's a diagonal. Oh wait, we have no queens.
Yeah, that was also not the pawn that I was thinking of. By the way, a little bit later, like on turn. I mean, I don't know, was it like 14 maybe, something like that? If you look into the future. When did I say pawn? Oh yeah, when you push that pawn.
In T11.
No, not that one. Yeah, I liked keeping that pawn there because it prevented the knight from jumping in. I was thinking either...
How did it prevent the knight from jumping in? Couldn't the knight just jump to, what is it, F7?
Sorry? No, like if like after so on T13, when the white knight is on F3,
yes.
So keeping our F6 pawn there prevents the knight from playing.
Oh, you mean that one? I thought you meant
you
wanted to. I thought you meant you wanted to keep the pawn on F7.
Not on F6. No. That one's fine. Yeah.
So which pawn?
So instead of on T15 or 14, yeah. Instead of pushing that pawn, I was thinking either H5 or
oh, right.
Also, honestly, G5 would be fine, or B5 would have been fine, to restrict the bishop movement.
So basically, any other legal pawn move would have been better.
Well, it was just like kind of grabbing space, but I didn't consider that because that move looks pretty natural, and I didn't really think about like if that happens, then we let that knight go pretty crazy. So that was like on. I should have thought harder. Maybe a knight move was the play there. Oh no, we don't move our f pawn, so the knight doesn't really have moves. Maybe the rook. I don't know what that rook is doing there.
I remember again why I moved that pawn. One turn earlier, you said I should move the knight, and I thought.
Oh, you want to give it somewhere to move to.
Yeah, it doesn't matter where I move the knight. It basically has no other option than to move back because everything else immediately takes the knight. Right. Even if I moved the knight to what is it, A6?
Yeah.
It would still have no other option.
Right.
Other than maybe C7.
Yeah. But, it was difficult to activate that knight, but it had to be done. I just liked it there rather than anywhere else.
And that was why I moved the pawn.
Yeah. That makes sense. No, that makes a ton of sense. That move order as well. It really suggests that should happen. You shouldn't be so worried about these variants because you were going to lose on time anyway.
I
what
think
do you
that's,
mean? This is turn 0. Are you saying these variations, like these lines, you shouldn't be worried about because you were going to lose on time? Is that what you mean? Yeah, I'll have to check out Chess Evolved though. That sounds really interesting.
Basically, they have a bunch of pieces, and you have like a total value. You can have your army, and every time you get 100 points in ranked play, you can get 1 more point into your army.
Ah, interesting.
And so you can like upgrade your pieces if you have 5 of the same piece, or depending on the rarity, you can upgrade them to a higher version.
I see.
Yeah, I actually thought about something.
Variance equals lines, I see. Like for this game? Andre?
No, like something like Chess Evolved. I was wondering something like that exists. Definitely. It's just like, it's very natural, I think. So just... like make a game of chess where you can upgrade your pieces and something like that.
I think it's a cute idea. I'll have to check it out. All right. I think what I'm gonna do is play a few games. I want to get some half reflected games in. I've just never played.
Actually, I've never played.
Probably just solo. Andre, do you want to play some half reflected?
Yes.
It doesn't have to be ranked. We can just play casual.
Yeah, it's neat, probably.
All right, cool. My laptop just shut off. Oh, rip in peace, Hanoi. Happens. Okay. In that case, I'm gonna hop off Discord. Thanks for the hand and brain. That was fun as always, guys. GG's. We almost got there, Sonoy. It was a close game. I'm gonna hop off Discord and play a game of Half Reflected with Andre and see how that goes.
All right. Bye.
See you guys. All right. We're gonna disconnect here. Go back to the game. Here we go. Disconnected. Custom match. Half reflected. Random. Medium timer. This is for Andre. Let's get some music back on. Here we go. Did you just say rip in peace? Yeah. Yeah, famously. Do I not say that all the time? I feel like I do in real life. Alternatively, rip in pepperonis. Oh, we should give Andre the code because he can't see anything when he switches his internet or whatever. There we go. You've never heard rip in peace? Dude, come on. Are you not a frequent visitor of the internet? Okay. Here's Andre. Whoa, this board is weird. I'm not going to be able to resist playing knight f3. Nope. Well, there you go. We've learned something today. This is the educational portion of the stream. Okay. Opening up the queen side immediately. I guess f7 sacks aren't possible in this game mode, which is cool. Well, they are with the bishop, but you don't even get the follow-up. So it doesn't really work. I don't know what you do. I don't know what to do here. I mean, I like a traditional structure. It's weird because our queen side, I guess we really want to push just all of our pawns up the queen side because that's his king side. There's an interesting idea. Yeah, maybe we go for like an English type situation. I think we're going to keep our D pawn here for the rest of time. I think we're going to Frappuccino our kingside bishop. I think we're going to get our other bishop out this way. I don't know. It's weird. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. But the idea is that I just want to be able to play with these pawns and sort of point my pieces in this direction. I wouldn't be surprised if he did the same, but then he's kind of burdening himself by moving his king, by like transitioning his king over to the queen side. We do also have queens in this game mode. Oh, I could have done an f7 sack, but again, I don't know if it's lethal. It probably isn't, if I had to guess. Okay, so here we definitely do one of these, but maybe not before defending it somehow. Yeah, which is a bit of an interesting decision to play knight out here. I guess he really wants to avoid this situation happening. Here we can push this, I guess, which kind of forces him to push this, right? I like that idea. It asks some questions of this king here. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing here? if you push this, that's gotta be a this pawn has gotta be a liability for black. Especially because it, you know, sort of like knight c3, queen b3 pointed at this pawn if it pushes. And if it captures, I mean, then we've got like clear line of sight here to our opponent. That's got to be scary for him. By our opponent, of course, I mean Andre. Now, if he opens up here, then next turn he's got to close up here. Wow, okay, so he doesn't. He just takes... Okay, interesting. I think that we'd be crazy to not take this pawn. I think that would be insane. And then we'd probably just... Okay, so we're getting somewhere, maybe. I don't know if that was worth it, but I think that probably what we want to do now is push these pieces. Okay, let's activate our knight. Gain a little bit of some semblance of center control here. I'm curious to see what he's going to do with, for example, this bishop. I don't really know. But putting pressure on this pawn is going to be probably good for us. Question is, do we push the e pawn here? Probably push the e pawn. Probably should have pushed the e pawn last turn, to be honest with you. I don't know. Yeah, laptop is restarting. Rip in peace. It happens. My current laptop, it's, you know, like if you unplug it, it just immediately dies. It's not even that old. Actually, it's coming up on like 5 years, I guess. I mean, a laptop should probably last longer than that, but empirically, you know, that seems to be reasonable. I think that bishop out here is maybe good, but maybe not fast enough. Because bishop out here, of course, falls prey to like a sack onto b7. Whoa, okay, so now Andre's got to be a little careful, yeah? Am I crazy here to think that this is now a good move? What does he do? How does he defend this? Probably just pushes, huh? Probably just pushes, but then we've got... yeah, I think we probably want to push this pawn before we do something like this. I mean, honestly, alternatively, we could... probably not. Probably not. We could also just time travel a queen to here. It's probably not worth doing without setting anything up beforehand. I think that there's a lot to be said for this play here. We don't want to take too much time here. But if it takes, I like a recapture with the queen. Man, it's so weird. It feels so backwards. I'm really not used to it. This is like, what even is happening? I'm so just disoriented. But yeah, after it takes here, I like this. We can always kick this bishop if we really want to. I mean, it also prevent, you know, we love the h3 push. Activating our queen feels pretty good. Opening the eyes of this bishop, I think we have a lot of ideas. I think maybe this game mode is imbalanced more for white than standard. I mean, it's a very quick conclusion to draw. I just think we have a lot of ideas. I mean, maybe it was just because Andre allowed this. Well, okay, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's play the game out first. Not taking the pawn was better IMO, keeping the tension. The problem is the cable, not the laptop. It sometimes doesn't load correctly. I see. I think there's an argument to be made for keeping the tension. I think that there is. I just wanted to get it out of the way. I just did. Yeah, but I mean, it's nice because you basically keep this pawn here forever. If you keep the tension. You know, I don't really see what... Well, maybe like a queen move here or something like that. I don't know. Seems bad. Okay, so this queen move has now happened. I mean, I guess there's maybe a world in what... I mean, I don't know. This is like triply defended forever, so I'm not too worried about that. Well, okay, what's the purpose of this queen move? Andre isn't the type to just make a move for no reason, right? I think we want to kick this. I think we probably want to kick this. Because this also doesn't enable him to leave any... Oh, okay. I think he probably just wants to defend f7. I think he probably just wants to defend f7. We can always do queen out here to threaten, but I think we want to kick this bishop and then probably do something like queen b3 threatening queen b7. Threatening, just 2D threatening b7 here feels really good, because then you threaten the mate, he has to pull the rook back. The fact that this queen is no longer guarding this knight is also a huge deal for us. So, I don't know, I think Andre's definitely on the back foot. Now we have to ask ourselves, do we push twice and frappuccino this bishop? That's really strong. It feels really good, but it introduces critical weaknesses to our structure. I think that you just gotta, in this position, I think you just say fuck it, right? I think you just, yeah. I think that this is a real sort of YOLO situation. And I think that this is good as well. I think that now we're starting to cook with gas here. We have to be careful. I mean, Andre's real good and scary. So we have to think about what we're doing here. Honestly, like knight here is something that we're kind of afraid of. We just want to defend this knight to unburden this queen here is the main idea. So like queen out here becomes somewhat devastating, potentially. Because moving this knight. Okay, so this, the thing is that this rook is now covered by this bishop. So if takes, oh, then nothing else is covering the. I understand. But now we can also push this, right? And then this knight goes where? It can't go. It could go here, but okay, we're just gonna do it. Let Andre figure it out. We'll let Andre figure this out. And then we probably want to play queen b3 ASAP. Whoa. I guess this is good for him. It's pretty much the only move he has. So, what does he do here? Let's just take this. I don't know if he takes with queen or bishop. Probably bishop, right? Yeah. So now what? The threat is this. Now we could do a little bit of this. So that if takes, this is defended. I kind of like that. Or we could do this, much more active. Oh no, we showed him our plans. We could do this, or we could do this. This, and then where are we at? We probably want to do this. No, maybe we want to do this, but then we block this bishop in. Which isn't ideal. I don't know how we avoid doing that, honestly. This bishop is just here till the end of time, basically. We want to defend this pawn. I don't know. Now, let's moon first, right? Moon first, sink later. That's what we're going to do here. We're going to first move, or moon rather, and then subsequently sink. Yeah. This is definitely tricky. I think we want to do this soon. Because by now we have the time travel, but now he's thinking about it now that we sort of showed that that can happen. So if we move there and then time travel, we're going to go to here on this board. Let's see. Here on this board. Here on this board. Which leads us to b7 on this board right after the queen is moved. Actually, it's right after the bishop's moved. Which is really good because then we threaten... Okay, let's see what happened. Oh no, this happened. So there's an issue here with takes here, check. That's definitely a problem. Ways that we can defend it are this. Because then if takes, we just capture here. If takes with queen, we can't capture here. So that doesn't defend this. Because then we lose a piece. But you know what we do? I should play this queen move earlier, I think. I think we might not have too many other options. We have a nice time travel later anyway. Andre, you crafty son of a bitch. That doesn't really help us. I think we sack this knight here. Because if he opens this up, well, he doesn't have to. That's the whole point. I think we sack the bishop here. I think we put ourselves in a bind by not activating our queen earlier. Because if we had played queen here before, then this move wouldn't work. You know? So, you live and learn. You live and learn. The more active move, I mean, in 5D chess, almost always the more active move is going to be better. Okay, so this has now happened. Now, question is what we do from here. And the answer is, it's really not clear. We probably threaten an f7 sec. How many turns in the past? Okay, well, we can't really do that because he's going to check us immediately. But we do threaten the bishop f7 sec. Oh no, we lose before then, right? Makes sense. Yikes. Yeah, because after this check happens, well, I guess we do this, which isn't great. Maybe castling earlier was the play. Maybe here, like castling might actually have been the play. There's an argument to be made for that. That's for sure. I think that we gained good initiative at the very beginning. I think we might have squandered it. I think that this and then this happens. And then this happens. But then a time travel happens, right? Oh, but then the queen takes back in the time travel. Alternatively, this happens, and then the queen time travels to here. Buys us, how many turns do we need to buy for this bishop travel? Like quite a few. Like 7 turns after. We had to buy like 4 turns. I don't know that we're capable of doing that. And then this can happen, and then he checks us. Or he goes here. Well, no, he can't do... Okay, moon first. We put ourselves in a bit of a predicament. It's not great. I'm not going to claim that our situation is great, because it's not. Honestly, could have done this, and then after this happens, move over here. So here, this happens, and then takes. Oh, and then mate. GG. Andre's got us. Very good. Yeah, I think we threw it away. I think we really threw the game. Yeah, GG. Okay, very well executed. I think we threw the game this turn by worrying about this ridiculous set of events here instead of just playing Queen B3. But I mean, that's a good lesson to learn. That's a good lesson learned because I find myself doing this all the time. Especially as white, where it's particularly egregious because the onus is on you to be the aggressor. What with your tempo advantage? Instead of playing these active moves, you're making it too by not giving your opponent something that they have to respond to. Not only are you giving them something that they don't have to answer, you're also giving them the opportunity to give you something to answer, if that makes sense. Especially in 5D chess, the best defense is a good offense, basically. You don't want to give your opponent time to make any moves that threaten you, right? So Queen B3 here, and then what does he do? Or Queen B3 here instead of Rook G1. GG, Andre. I was just telling Chad about how I play too passively. I think that here, instead of I really liked what I had going, but I think that instead of Rook G1 here, if I play Queen B3, that's really good for me. What are your opinions? What do you do after Queen B3 in this position? Or, in this position, I guess. Queen B3 here. I really don't know. It's an interesting game mode, though. I really have to think about this a little bit more. Your initial plan was to F7 sec? Actually, no, not at all. The plan wasn't to F7 sec. I don't even know if F7 sec leads to anything good. Well, I mean, it does if you have pieces developed, obviously, but my initial plan was just, to develop normally. And then here, once you get a queen on B3, well, not only do you prevent this knight jump from happening, which I wanted to do, but then ended up not doing, you also just threaten 2D takes G2, right? It looked like this, though, with this pawn pushes. Yeah. Isn't it C7 in this game mode? Yes, it is C7. Yeah. We just always call it the F7 sack. We even call it the F7 sack from the black's perspective, because that's just understood what that means. But I mean, this is definitely C7, yeah, for sure. We even call F2 F7, exactly, yeah. Yeah, Andre's got me. No, yeah, I wasn't even planning that. I mean, that's always an option, late game, especially after you push this knight, which shouldn't have been possible if I did Queen B3. I think that losing this tempo really turned the game around in a bad way. Yeah, allowing this knight into a situation like this, yeah, it's just a nightmare. But I mean, that's like I said, that's a really important lesson that I need to, I'm glad that I was punished for this in this game, because I think that I do this a lot in general. But it was good. What do you think about this game mode, Andre? It's really interesting. I think it's probably, the imbalance in favor of white is probably stronger than in standard, if I had to guess. It just feels that way. I mean, even without just F7 shenanigans, just in general. Since F7 shenanigans probably aren't possible in the same way. If Queen B3, maybe 94 was possible. Let's see. Possible. If Queen B3, where did that happen? Here. Okay, cool. If Queen B3, maybe 94 was possible. It's a possibility. Queen B3, 94, and then takes after bishop takes. Yeah, rook over. And then maybe there's like a time travel situation. I could see it. Yeah, maybe black. It's possible that black outspeeds white here in that situation. But also, crucially, white has time travels. White has really tricky time travels. Oh yeah, sorry. I knew that he meant d4. He said e4, but I knew that he meant d4. Yeah, knight d4, because I mean e takes d4 is like suicide. I think that you probably have to take this like immediately. Maybe you don't. Maybe you don't have to take this immediately. Because this rook also isn't here anymore defending this bishop, you know? I don't really know. Yeah, but queen b3 here does allow you a travel to b7. How many turns ago? So if queen b3 on this board, then next turn you go to b4 here, b5 here, b6 here, b7 here. And that's scary because this queen's already been moved. So after this, probably black, you know, clearly they don't want to get mated. So they play... Oh, they might play the knight there, actually. No, you'd retake. Sorry, that's silly. No, okay. I mean, you probably have to go rook b8 here, and then queen takes b6, or c6 rather, and then you move from there. Didn't really calculate. Okay, I like how you understand each other despite Andre saying e4, Smet saying e4. Both of you meant d4. Yeah, because, you know, it's the knight move there. I just mess that up all the time. I'm still not, you know, coordinates don't, like, happen immediately for me still. I just haven't played enough chess. You know, Alexi just, like, rattles him off, but I can't really do it. I was going with intuition this game, just rook c8. Yeah, rook c8, and then, oh, just, no, yeah, rook c8, but then you have queen takes c6. You don't think that's scary? Maybe it's not worth the timeline. Maybe you're right. I don't know. You have two queens. Because after that, then you can put a rook on b. You can put your queen on b7 again, and then like sack, and you've got this queen over here that'll threaten the mate. Or actually, what you have is, if all of that has happened, then actually, okay. So after queen goes back in time and takes b7. And then after rook c8, you have queen takes c6. Then if you like ever sack on, oh, that's before I frappuccinoed the bishop actually, so never mind. Yeah, and then black's got time to play some game. I don't know. I'd probably do it in a timed game. That's all I'm saying. That was an idea that I had. Maybe it's not good. Doesn't look too scary. Especially since E is just the king, isn't just the king file. Yeah. In this game mode, yeah. Same. I can't even tell colors apart. Yeah, but it's an interesting game mode. I'd play a little bit more of this. Yeah, GG Andre. Mostly because the piece can only move to a determined square. So if they name some adjacent one, it's easily understandable. Exactly. I mean, well, I mean, I guess there's like time travels that, you know, make it so that in that situation, obviously there's no way that the knight could go to e4. So, you know, you give your conversation partner the benefit of the doubt in that situation, basically. Yeah. Weird and interesting. I think it's an interesting game mode. I'd play a little bit more of it. I suspect, for no good reason, it's just intuition, but I suspect that white is actually more better than black. Better than black in this game mode than in standard. Yeah. Okay, what do we do from here? I'm not sure. My coach was always like, bro, when he saw my notation. You had a chess coach? I never played chess, like normal chess, competitively. I think of everyone, I think in the pro league, you know, like Romad, Lexi, Dreamer, Andre, I think everyone played a lot of regular chess. And I'm like the ugly duckling who's like a pleb, like 1400 classical. Feels bad, man. I gotta get better at chess. I often skip moves too, yeah. Let's take another bathroom break. This might end up being a short stream. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. Kind of low energy, and I've got a little bit of work to take care of. But, you know, we don't get to stream every day. So maybe we'll play just a little bit longer. Oh, I don't even have classical rating. I mean, I don't have classical rating. I'm just talking about like chess.com, lead chess, that sort of thing. I'll be right back, and we'll play maybe another game or two. Maybe do some ranked, maybe some more variants. We'll play it by ear, but be right back. We're back, chat. We're back. Let's see. Yeah, agree. Yeah, I was the only one whose notation was pretty readable. Because I used to write with printed letters. I have like the equivalent of 1200 ELO in Turkey. Turkey uses its own ELO system. I didn't know that. I didn't know Turkey used its own ELO system. It was readable. I just messed up the coordinates all the time. Mine wasn't even readable. Well, mine was not too readable, but not the worst. Somehow I managed to remember them very quickly, even not try to on purpose. So it was never an issue for me. Yeah, I mean, it's like the more you play kind of situation, and the more you talk about it. Like the more I've been streaming and like explaining the positions. Like if you go all the way back to like my first streams, I think the VODs aren't even saved on Twitch, but yeah, no, I really had to like count out. Not that I'm much better than than that now, but I mean it's a little bit more. I'm getting there, passively. Let's play a bit more. Let's play a little bit more. Let's play. What do we play? Anything but bronze. Oh, God, I still have PTSD. We could maybe. Well, who's down for some games? Let's probe the chat here. Let's see. Maybe decided not to F7 sec. Says Andre. Yeah, no, I didn't want to F7 sec. I'm just saying. I could have, but I didn't want to. I didn't think there was the same kind of follow-up. We were analyzing games one time. One dude forgot his notation. Coach was like, "Don't you remember?" Dude was like, "I don't." Coach was like, "Okay, what was the first move?" Okay. And then he remembered the whole game. Wow. Well, that's cool. I mean, yeah, I guess coaches, deal with that a lot, right? Coaches deal with that a lot. Move by move. Wow. Yeah, I don't remember. I have really bad short-term memory. It's a part of my, like, when I was getting my ADHD like test, like, you know, went to a psychiatrist to seek professional help for that. And yeah, they did like a test, and one of the ways that they basically, you know, did their like analysis or whatever, I had to do like an 8-hour long sort of like diagnostic testing type situation. And they're like, you know, clearly like you tried real hard and you're like real bright, you know, because you did really well in like this and this like category. They did, you know, they did a bunch of different kinds of like exercises and like brain activities and stuff. I was like, okay, great, that sounds cool. And they're like, yeah, but in the short-term memory you know, section or whatever, you scored into the below average to mildly impaired percentile. It's like, oh, that's not good. And they're like, yeah, you know, which makes sense for like people with ADHD, because they can't like, you know, like the immediacy of like organizing information mentally isn't like a thing. So short-term memory is really bad, but I have really good long-term memory. So I'll like forget a game right after I played it, but then like, you know, 2 weeks later you can ask me and I'll be like, oh yeah, you know, that's where I went, like whatever, you know, E3, E6, and I'd have 3 lose the game. You only have to remember what the next move was in some position, so it's not that hard. That makes a lot of sense. And I guess it's easy to retrace your footsteps if you're the one making the moves, you know, because you sort of remember your own logic, etc. I still find it really difficult, but I mean, it makes sense that other people have less difficulty with it. Should we play some ranked? I wonder where we are now after all of our league matches. I haven't checked our elo in a while. Where are we on the leaderboard? Oh my god, Sarp checked his position on the leaderboard, so I get to piggyback off of that. We're 7th on the leaderboard. Wow, we have to basically get to 1700 before we hit top 6 to climb another spot. We're at 1648. I am Mincho, who I think is Renee, who hasn't played in years. He's at 1690, so we have a lot of climbing to do before we get up to top 6 with everybody else in Pro League. Oh no, Danrell is up there as well. He hasn't played in a while. Don't really feel like playing ranked today. I'd be interested in seeing the timeline variants, but I think I won't play today again. All right, we can do some variants. I myself now have experience of having worse long-term memory because I often forgot what plans do I have. For me, definitely short-term memory is the issue. Let's play some more chess here. Let's play some 5D chess. I'm down to explore a few more of these variants. Defended pawn, or maybe another Semet B climbing the ranks. We're on the grind, man. We're trying to get there. Got to top 7. I'm not there's a lot about my play that I'm very self-critical of. So we have a long way to go regardless of our elo. I think that we have a lot. Want to play something insane? Okay, when you say that, I get more like trepidation than excitement is the reaction. But what do you propose, Pseudo? I'd be down. Andre, should we kick him down from the ladder? Well, I have to decide to be kicked down by the ladder by you guys for that to be happening. But you know, we'll see. I am net 0 elo loss against Dreamer though, so you know, we'll see. Why? That's a good question. But yeah, we'll get up there. Pseudo, what's your proposition here? Want to play something insane is what was asked, and I mean, you have my attention. Semet, should we kick Dreamer from the ladder? I'm down, Andre. We'll get there. We'll get there. Has Andre... Oh yeah, you guys already have played, right? Excessive Fragments Battlegrounds are pretty wild. He's boasting about having plus rating against me. I didn't start the fire, man. You're coming in here, threatening to kick me down the ladder. I mean, that's gonna happen regardless of whether you know. You don't have to add insult to injury. Just play the games. Just play the games. Provocative. No, I mean, a little healthy competition, of course, drives self-improvement, right? So the friendly banter, I think, is important for a healthy competitive environment. I'll play all black as Strategos. Okay. Excessive Fragments Battlegrounds. I think I'd rather improve, because I don't play 5D chess very much outside of stream. So I think I'd rather play a few games of the standard variants and sort of try to improve from there. I honestly always believed at Samet. Oh, Andre. Where's my heart? Thanks, man. I feel the love. Because he thinks a bit similar to me. That's alarming. I don't know if that's a good thing for you that we think really similarly. I've won all my games against Lexi. I was mad at Andre for beating Lexi in his tournament match because I was really happy with the title of I'm the last person to beat Lexi in a tournament. You know, from that one, that the first tournament that we did like a week after the game came out or whatever. But yeah, I think the playing field is, you know, we're catching up to each other, you know? I mean, Andre's pointing out that I'm climbing the ranks, but Andre himself is like really close to Lexi, isn't he? No, Andre's a beast. He's getting up there. Has anyone 2-0'd Lexi? Not yet. We haven't had a double game tournament. Besides this one, I'm pretty sure. So 2-0 didn't exist back in my day. Yeah. Oh, Lexi increased the gap. Oh, okay. 1-0 from me. Yeah. Sarp's just never gonna play Lexi again. Just he has nothing to gain and everything to lose. Just quit while you're ahead. Oh man, that's funny. Oh, he's close to 1900 now? Oh my god, is he just oh, maybe because he beat Romad in their 2 games, which were really interesting games, by the way. If you guys haven't seen the Lexi vs. Romad tournament set, he uploaded the second game yesterday, and it's a really interesting structure. It was really cool. I'm better than the best. I mean, you gotta, whatever victories you have, you gotta hold on to them tight, you know? It's more like me who increased it because of gifting a guy 22 points in 5 moves. Oh no, Dreamer. How did that happen? Who's that against? That was the one where Romad played E4, right? Yeah, E4 came out. E4 came out in that game, which was very cool. Yeah. I mean, it wasn't like, you know, 1 E4 or anything. I think it was, what was it? I think it was knight f3, knight f6, c5. Sorry, c4 rather. See, I fucked it up again. And then it played from there. Yeah, Lexi had black and it was really interesting. Yeah, it was a good game. Both of them were really good. Oh, right and wrong. That guy, talking about people who are climbing up the ranks, man. That guy's really getting there. Yeah, you're gifting him Elo. Be careful, man. Oh wow, I just saw in my feed that Chess Enigma followed 10 minutes ago, but I don't think I got a notification. Oh, maybe it was during the break. In any case, thanks, Chess Enigma. Thanks, you know, hope you enjoyed the stream. Welcome. Thanks for the support. Really appreciate it. Oh man. I forgot to switch from 2D because I played it a lot recently. Oh no, I mean, I know what that's like. When I played a ton of Reverse Royalty on stream and then gifted Andre like a turn 4 Fool's Mate just by opening up the king diagonal and never closing it. Not one of my best moments, but you know, it totally happens. Yeah, it's dangerous switching from game mode to game mode. You got to stay on your toes. Right and wrong probably used some of my prep to beat you. Is that true? Is there like underground prep happening? Are we going to see a lot of guys coming out of the woodwork here to, you know, to own us? I'd like to play some standard. I'd like to get better at the game. I mean, I do like a non-standard standard game mode. Like it doesn't have to be turn 0, but I like to play some standard. I'm also slowly climbing the ranks. Yeah, I was pointing out earlier, like right after a game, like I can't believe you're only 1500. It's just because you never play ranked, I guess. Like you should be way better than 1500, man. Yeah. But yeah, it takes forever to climb up the ranks. It's really about putting in the time. And I haven't been putting in like any time outside of stream. I really should. I played against a Chinese player today, and apparently there's a Chinese community. Are you serious? Like there's a Chinese community that's like not in the Discord. Like a lot of people play this game, or you know, some comparable number of people. Because that's awesome. I think that my previous round tournament league opponent, Y, he's China time zone. I'm not sure if he's from China or maybe some other Southeast Asia country, or I guess maybe like Kamchatka or something. I don't know. But yeah, I think it's possible that he's Chinese. They have like 20 people. That's awesome. They usually play untimed. I take it all back. That's terrifying. Untimed, man. I mean, I remember when we played untimed. Just take for fucking ever just to play any move. The hidden Siberian player, yeah, deep in the Siberian wilderness. He's playing out of a gulag. Somehow he got his hands on a copy of 5D chess, and that's just all he does. He's just, one day he'll be unleashed upon the world, and we will weep. Yeah, that's intense. Oh man. No, yeah, just open my king. Haven't started calculating before getting checkmated. Yeah. No, that's a classic. I think that's gonna happen. That's always gonna happen. You know, yeah. But wow, like 20 people who play. That's so cool. We gotta get them to interface with us, man. We gotta get them on the rated ladder. That's so awesome. He has bear and Amur tiger as his pets. Yeah, for sure. Legend says he plays 5D chess using handwritten letters. Yeah. It's just like, one day, anthropologists will be like searching the Siberian wilderness and they'll see a cave with just like T6, bishop B1 to T1 F7 or whatever it is. I mean, that doesn't make sense, but you get the idea. What does it mean? What is this code? Yeah. Oh, man. Yeah, years later, they find strategy notes. Yeah, dude. I think they have some funny business with the internet in China, right? Is that what it is? What, Chinese people can't get on Discord? Is that a real thing? The rules say that I can play the promotion match to promote if you don't want to. Do you want to give me the promotion? The promotion has been motivating me a lot as like my goal to take 5D chess seriously, which is the point of the league. So I'd like to keep the promotion opportunity. Yeah. So we'll see. Depending on how many players we have next season. I don't know. There might end up being, who knows, but there might end up being 6 players in Pro League. Well, in which case probably it would just be like, winner of our league and winner of the other league instead of like having people like duke it out, because that makes less sense. So I don't know. How gentle from you, Sarp. Yeah. One of them had troubles connecting to Discord today. That sucks. Yeah. LCE Ice Moe. One of the Chinese players don't really use Discord. Gotcha. Actually, they used to block Discord in my dorms before quarantine. Wow, that sucks. Lol, had to ask. I feel you. I feel you. But yeah, it was a win-win today. No matter who won, we had Turkey repping the top of the league, which I thought was cool. Let's play some games. Pseudo will play me. Let's play a standard game mode. Actually, do you want to show some C7 or C5 prep? I'd play some turn 0 if you wanted to show some C5 prep. I mean, you don't have to reveal your strats if you don't want to, but I want to get some more like C pawn practice. In that case, well, actually, I'd like to see. Do you play C4 as white? Should we do random or should I play white? I won't show the new stuff. All right. Well, whatever you can. Let's just do random. This is for pseudo. This is just for fun, not for rating. I should probably play more ranked games on stream, but I think I'm good. I think I'm good. No more stress. Just chill. I remember that second game of the match, Samet. Andre still has to watch that game. I mean, it's really something. All names noted. Oh no. We're in Dreamer's book. Yeah. Oh, interesting. Okay, so now let me show off my... No, it doesn't work. What's the idea here? What's the idea here? Because after this, how does white prevent f7 sec? Well, let's find out. Let's find out together, everybody. Let's find out together. Check and then time travel? Is that what happens? I guess that's what happens, right? So like here, no, because you get to time travel. This check happens. Don't we have an f2 sec on turn 0 here? Well, okay, after the check we can't do that. So I mean, I guess that's the plan. But this seems bad because what do you do after, for example, something like this happens? You just move back? And then white has the development advantage because this transposes into what I would have done anyway, which was like d5 first. Yeah, this seems sketch. This seems sketch, but who knows? Who knows? Okay, so let's just play patiently here. I mean, maybe this really factors in. I think that we want bishop out here, and then I like pushing this. Although, I do really like the ideas of, okay, so pushes out here. We probably recapture with the knight, but we're just going to push this pawn, because I don't mind recapturing with this pawn either. Although maybe it does, there are some issues here. So if trade's all the way down, yeah. So maybe there's an issue with, if trade's all the way down, is this bishop travel worth it, do you think? But if trade's all the way down, then there's like a queen that has a line of sight down to here. So maybe that's the idea. Like if takes, nothing really happens. So I guess I'm actually not that worried about that. Maybe we do one of these, kick the knight. No, we don't want to uncover this, right? So what do we do here? How do we set up a punish? Right? Well, okay, so I guess takes, and then we open up this file, and that's an issue. Maybe that's like the big scary thing. Am I reading the situation properly? I guess let's just play bishop out here. Moon first, sink later. Let's cover this so that this pawn isn't burdened by, blocking this. Let's just do that. Didn't we analyze this together? We did analyze this a little bit together. No. The thing that we analyzed, Andre, was e3 to start. Is f7 sec? Yes, he meant f2. I'm translating that. Deadly. F2 sec on turn 0 is certainly deadly, but we can't do it because he's got the check. And I think we might lose there. I just tried to figure out forced mate. Oh, I think we analyzed c3 instead of bishop c4. And Samet was in the call, if I remember correctly. Let me try and remember. I'm not sure. I just tried to figure out force mate in a line that didn't matter. Now I think I'll go to sleep soon, actually. Wow. Yeah. It goes back the original Andre. I'm with you, Dreamer. What the fuck is going on here? Are you doing okay? Is this a cry for help, Andre? Andre, who has to prepare for exams, stole him? Dude, it's like, what, 2 a.m. there? Maybe 3 a.m. Wow. Quick, let's play some Hand and Brain. You know? Lure him back to us. I think we're just gonna take here, man. I think we're just gonna take here. I think that you don't do anything fancier here because we don't open this file. We don't open this diagonal. I think this is better for us. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't know. I feel well poised in this situation, especially as black. I think that we've probably equalized. I don't know. There may be tactics. Maybe like a knight into the mix is something that I should be afraid of. Maybe. Who knows? Now that this... Oh, wow. Queen out. Shit's getting serious, guys. Now, I kind of like knight out here. So that if there's... Well, okay. The problem is that the queen then doesn't... The problem is that the queen then doesn't see this pawn. So this has 2 attackers and 2 defenders, right? Oh, it has 3 defenders, but probably don't want to move this. But we could open up the possibility of moving this if we do this knight here, but I mean, that's scary for other reasons. Kicking this knight, yeah, it feels scary because then if like the trade down happens, we have to open up this. And I mean, that's scary for obvious reasons. This is a move, it feels a little bit too passive. This is a move. I don't know whether or not it's good. I don't want to move this. I don't want to move this. This is a move that seems a little bit passive, but actually I think affords us significant flexibility for the future. Where's this queen going is an interesting question. I think that we have to be careful. There's a possibility that we want to defend. There's an argument to be made for this. I think we'll drop the bishop back if we have to, but I do want to prevent well, we've got a bishop here, so actually I'm not too worried about travel shenanigans because then we just go knight f8 or rook f8. I do that all the time. So this is a candidate move and this is a candidate move. I like this move because it defends f7. I like this move because it prevents the knight from hopping in. This move also prevents the knight from hopping in, but if this happens, then this happens, and then we have to trade down and move this, which doesn't matter as much because we have the knight here. Decisions. Queen here prevents the knight from hopping in here, but not from hopping in here. Maybe something like this. And then if knight here, queen here. Oh, actually, if knight here, then probably bishop here. Let's just make one of those moves. We had like 5 candidate moves there. I really didn't see which was better. I didn't get an appreciation for that. I am pinning the knight was also possible, but I don't know if I want to give him h3 for free here. Let's see. Let's catch up in chat. I might give the old Andre back in about a month. Oh, a month? Come on, you can't leave us Andre-less for a month, man. Please. Hopefully he doesn't escape earlier. Me too. Having a right sleep schedule is actually very important. Let's blame Samet for spoiling ours. Hey, man. No coercion happening on this stream. We're just hanging out. We're just having a good time. Can't catch night streams with the right schedule. Definitely blame Samet. Sorry, Matt. You have to sacrifice everything. Yeah, what did it cost? Everything. I wanted to stop playing before he seduced me with hand and brain. That's the Andre lure. If you want to bring Andre out of hibernation, that's what you do. Okay, in this situation, I think that we probably like one of these moves, which we kind of wanted to do anyway. I think that a nice candidate follow-up is one of these moves, like this, and then we can pull the knight in, like this. Yeah, this is nice because we get an extra defender on this pawn, and then f7 is defended by another piece. So, you know, we don't get sack shenanigans. And, I mean, honestly, I'm really happy with this situation. I think maybe I'm too happy-go-lucky. I mean, I'm definitely on the back foot, but our position looks pretty solid, and we have explosive potential, basically. Like, how does this knight or this bishop get into the game? The question is not super, or the answer is not super easily, as far as I can tell. And I really like the fact that we just got a bunch of pieces looking in this direction. We have a really natural way to activate our knight here on d7. So the question is, am I missing 5D tactics? The answer is probably. But we'll have to see. We'll have to see. I think that, especially for black, we feel okay in this position. I think that we've done a good job of cutting off a lot of tricky business over here. I think that there's even a world in which we, you know, long term, especially if he fortifies his king side, we go rook g8 and start pushing to the moon. He knows your weak spots. Don't worry, I'll punish him hard. Oh, Dreamer getting a little kinky here. Is that a threat or a promise, Dreamer? Jeez. Dreamer's just pretty aggro in general. You know, it's fun to have someone stirring up shit. Yeah. Pseudo taking a lot of time here. Which means maybe we did something right. Or we did something wrong and he's just calculating the best way to punish this. It's always hard to tell. Yeah, it's like it's like Schrodinger's move, basically. I mean, I really hate that analogy. Like, as a quantum physicist, I think it's really dumb. But it is what it is. Yeah, I think loading up pieces on the E file, we're not super worried about the fact that, you know, we don't have a pawn here or whatever. Yeah, like, I'm happy with when we made this trade here. I think this is decent. And I mean, we always, well, this queen is defending right now, but, you know, we always have potential for either f7 as soon as this queen moves. Because if this queen doesn't move, then great. You know, we're not being threatened. We can just push slowly. If this queen does move, then we've got f7 potential, but also we just have like 2D, or, you know, f2 potential, of course. Or we have g2 potential. Andre says, okay, I think I'm going to go now. I'll have to check that second game out sometime too. All right, man. Well, GG. Thanks for the games. Take it easy. Good luck with your exams. I mean, I just got through with that nightmare, so before old Andre breaks free. All right, get out of here. We got like a Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde situation. The old Andre breaks out, you know, at night and just goes crazy with f7. I like it. It's great lore. Okay, here I wonder if we want to push to prevent our opponent from pushing. What that does do is open up. I mean, what's he ever gonna put here? Is the issue. I think that we'd rather kick the knight. Realistically, I think we need to ask questions of this knight. I think that now is the time. I think that now is the time. Yeah. I think we're pretty happy with whatever happens here. I mean, if he pushes back, then there's a bit of an issue, but we still have, you know, there are 2 attackers and we have 2 defenders here. But if he pushes back and we play, you know, the fact that we played knight d7 means that our queen is no longer looking down to d5. So if he does something sneaky like push back, which is a pretty natural move here, then we have to remove one of our defenders of that pawn, but we can also just recapture with the bishop, in which case we get a free piece, we aggress onto this queen, and then we can just drop our bishop right back, so it's not an issue at all. I take it back. We're pretty happy with this. Okay, so where does this knight go? This knight has to go somewhere that blocks itself in. Probably we're going to see knight f3 here. Probably we're going to see knight f3 here. Now, knight f3 does mean that we no longer want to play h5. Just because it means we'll no longer be covering g5. I have to get a little bit more mobile here. We have to... Yeah, I think that bringing this knight over here is going to be... It's a good first step. It's a good first step into making stuff happen. We played kind of really slowly. But instead of that, what I'm actually going to say is that we've played a disciplined, principled game of chess here. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to insult you. It's just the style of speaking, but still you won't escape your fate. I'm already loading a cannon. All right. I'm down, man. Bye, Andre. Hope you'll be all right in a month. Yeah. Hope we see more of you other than less of you. I mean, of course, the priority is that you have all of your shit together, but you know. I mean, makes me sad to imagine an Andre-less world, even if for a month, you know. But I'm sure he'll do great. I mean, Andre's a bright guy. What do we do here? Really, what does our opponent do here? He spent like 5 minutes on this move. Wow. Okay, he was calculating some spicy shit. Wow. What happens here? Is this real life? Seriously? That's crazy. Come on. Well, I mean, we're just gonna do this. I mean, if he found something here, power to him. Immense respect. I mean, it's true that this pawn's not defended, but everything else is. So I don't really know what the idea is here. I guess he's trying to crack this open. I guess the play here is maybe something crazy like queen out, but I mean, that's just so problematic because it undefends f2, and it doesn't really threaten anything super duper serious. I mean, what do? We probably want to kill some time in that situation. Maybe he's just had no other choice, I guess, because dropping the knight back really is an issue here, right? I mean, I think knight f3 like isn't the craziest thing in the world, but apparently he didn't like it. So I don't know if this was sort of more forced by us or if there really are legitimate ideas here. I mean, bishop out here. Wow. Okay. Now we've got a pretty nutty sack. Moving away from that terminology. Takes here is a really compelling play. Kicking the queen here is also a compelling play. Pushing this pawn is also a compelling play. So let's evaluate pros and cons. What's happening here? It's possible that this is just a Jurassic rook. It's possible. We kind of don't want to let him Jurassic rook here. I mean, it's got to be said, this looks like a real nightmare for our opponent. I think that probably the move is to take here, and then if anything other than takes back. Nah, dude, the move is to take here, right? Like, obviously. Right? Because then when you threaten it, yeah, it takes back. I mean, and then you have like a host of things that you threaten. And then knight here is nice because it prevents any of this business from happening. And then we got to figure out a way to... It just looks too fun to not do, to be honest. I don't know if it's the best move. I don't know if I do this in a ranked game. But it just looks too fun to not do. Okay, so now we do a little bit of this. Covering here with our queen, opening up the queen's eyes, and preventing this queen from hopping into here. So now we've restricted all of these squares for the enemy queen. If he pushes here, it's pretty ballsy, man. It's pretty ballsy. We might even do something nuts, like allow that. Just do queen out like this. So that if takes, we threaten mate. I don't know. There's a lot we can do. We could also do something like queen out here. I mean, now, okay, so let's calm down a little bit. Now we have a board where c6 is undefended, which could pose a bit of an issue. I mean, after the time travel, we don't have to block with the queen. We've got knight d7. So maybe it's not so much of an issue. We have to be careful, but we also want to make moves. I like what we've done here. I like that we've opened eyes to this queen so that we have like trade. I think that pushing this pawn is good because it consumes these squares from our opponent. Obviously it's defended by the rook. I like queen out here or out here. Both of them, threaten like this capture and then subsequent mate. And I like capturing this pawn because it lets this knight get into the mix. And we like that. We like that play. Honestly, castling here might even be good. I think we want to get our queen more active on this side of the board before we castle, but I think that rotating, our defense has sort of been mostly, like the attack and the defense has been queenside primarily this game. I think we have a lot of interesting options. I think that he probably wants to castle like real bad on that queen side. But how's he ever going to activate that bishop, man? How's he ever going to get that bishop out of there? Whoa. Okay, we've got what is probably a desperation time travel, if we're being honest. Now we want to threaten something. We probably want to play this knight move. Now, this is a little tricky. And the reason is that if we move this knight, then this bishop capture becomes a thing. And so, what we kind of want to defend. Here. I'm thinking of this as a solid play, because it defends. It attacks this knight. It defends this pawn, and it defends this knight. And c8 is covered by this bishop. If if takes the rook, we just recapture. I think this is fine. Maybe an f7 sack happens here. I don't know. Interesting position. Because if an f7 sack happens, then we do have to be a little bit careful. Actually, if an f7 sack happens, then it's possible that our opponent has a win here. And the reason is that if f7, if bishop takes, then suddenly this is no longer covered. I don't know if it's in time, to like mate us. But if f7 takes happens, well, no, okay. The knight is always blocking h5, so I'm actually not concerned about that at all. I think that here, and then you capture with the king, and then who the fuck cares? I think that you're good. Yeah, I'm okay with this trade happening. Yeah, I mean we do have to be a little scared. Ramos D Legend is now following. Welcome to the stream, man. Thanks for the support. Appreciate it. Hope you enjoy. Yeah, we have to see what his plans are here. I don't think he meant to leave us for a month. Rather, he will visit these streams less because of the sleep time schedule. I gotcha. No, I can't imagine that Andre would be able to hold himself back. Cold turkey, no 5D for a month. I think that's pretty crazy. The sleep schedule is very important. No, I'm glad that he's focusing on that. Yeah. All right. 100 followers, Pog. Our 100th follower. Wow, how's it feel, Ramos, to be part of history? I didn't even notice, though. Triple-digit followers. That's so fun. Yeah, we'll have to figure something out. We'll have to do something about that. I don't know what, but yeah, but I'll think about it. Wow, we made it. 100 followers. It's a pleasure. Oh, cheers, man. Weird. Okay. Movement has happened. Here, we just take with the knight. Obama's last name is now following. Thanks, Barack. Cheers. I mean, I knew that you were always a fan, but, you know, it's really nice to just, you know, see you show up. Come out here. Well, that didn't take long to get to 101 there, did it? We just take here, man. Am I crazy? Oh, this knight's no longer protected. Okay. Fair play. We just capture with the knight then, yeah. Is there any issue here? If we capture with the knight, or maybe bishop here is the better play. All right. Let's not lose here at the last hurdle, right? Let's be a little sensible. I think there's an argument to be made for the knight move here. Possibly. We have a lot of options. We don't want to waste an incredible amount of time. We do have pieces down here that we have to not forget about. What is this queen threatening? Oh yeah, we definitely don't want knight here because then queen here. Well, we've got this rook though. Maybe knight here is the play because then we can move this knight out of the way. We're like double threatening. And then if takes here, who cares? We just like capture back, whatever. We do have the two pieces trained onto here. So there's like a bit of an issue in that sense. So really we want to defend this knight more than once, I think. Capturing here really genuinely seems fine. I mean, the issue is if captures here, then check, then mate. Is that the idea? That's probably the idea. So that's the justification for this situation. Yeah. I mean, I think honestly that's probably the better play. Actually, what if we just castle here? Honestly, we also have double timeline priority. We have a lot of good options. I mean, castling here and then like knight takes here and we can't take back, so maybe that's a little annoying. Actually, no matter what we do, if we don't defend this knight again, then it gets captured. So we gotta be a little careful about that. Let's see here. If captures the knight happens next turn, then we recapture it with the pawn here. But then this is mate, unless we can defend from up here. So again, we have to exercise a little bit of caution here. Yeah, we have to exercise a little bit of caution. So this happens, and then maybe like this happens, and then this happens, and then this happens, but then this happens, right? I forget why this was a bad idea, but we're just gonna do it. Yeah, like it removes a defender from here, but you know, we've got the two defenders that we need, so I'm not too worried about it. If this trade's gonna happen, then I mean, realistically, I think we're recapturing with the bishop here. Actually, maybe the queen's better. Just get those queens off the board, you know? Yeah, I don't know. I also don't know the best way to just go ahead and get mate, you know? I mean, probably moving this queen up is the play. Not only because it unburdens this pawn from blocking this diagonal and defends this pawn as well. But yeah, I mean, if we take h3 here, I mean, everything just crumbles for our opponent, right? How does he defend? Yeah, the king side is super weak on both boards. We just need to come up with a clean way of taking advantage of that, basically. I think castling here is also like a good play. Soon. I think castling soon is actually good. Castling here is just super unnecessary. It's a real big waste of time, I think. And we have to be a little bit careful with what this knight can do around here. Right now it doesn't look like much. I'm not super concerned about that. Not super concerned about that. I mean, I like our position. We just have to convert. We just have to be careful. There's a lot of venom, you know, coming out of these pieces. Still says 99 for me. F5, I guess. Unless someone just spitefully unfollowed. In which case, not cool. Chat, nah, I mean, chat's got chill. They wouldn't do that. Oh, man. This is a real brain buster for our opponent. Pseudo doesn't know which way is up. And there's a lot to consider, especially in his position. I think maybe he accepts that. I mean, if this attack doesn't, like, pan out, then he's in pretty bad shape. And it's not worth thinking about a lot after that anyway. So, I mean, these are the critical moves where he's really got to think. He's got to think hard. Yeah, no real shortcuts. No real shortcuts out of this situation. All right, guess I'm going to head off, says Dreamer. All right, Dreamer. Thanks for hanging around. I understand. You know, Russia time. I mean, we just gave Andre shit, but it is pretty late. Thanks for sticking around. Chat says bye, Red. Word. Bye, everyone. Peace, my dude. Looking forward to your game against Lexi, by the way. Super excited about that. Have a great time. All right. Now we think. Our opponent's made a tricksy move. I think that the answer might be, well, it's hard to say. I mean, he took a lot of time and he made a great move. So can't really fault him. Can't really fault him here for that. I think that probably taking this knight here is just fine. Because what is the punish? I mean, if our opponent wants to check us here, that's okay because it's covered by this queen. If our opponent wants to, I think we take here and don't give him time to consider. If he wants to, or sorry, take here. I think we're happy taking here because it gets our queen out of there anyway. We're not worried about back rank potential, of course. Yeah, this knight is now covered by this bishop. So I feel pretty good. I feel pretty good about this. Yeah, we're just gonna toss the ball right back in his court and see what he has to say for himself, you know? Like, come on. So bold. So many pieces thrown into the fray here. And I mean, I got real scared. But you need the follow through, you know? You need the follow through. Knight here doesn't do anything because this knight covers. I think we played a good game. I think we played a nice disciplined game of 5D chess here. I think that we did well. Yeah. I mean, it's not over yet. Maybe I'm missing something. I mean, it's 5D, so there are just tactics for days. I think it's pretty. I think both of us realize that if this doesn't pan out, the game's over pretty soon. Just because you've got time travels onto F7 G7. I mean, up here, yeah, you've got just super easy like time travel mates for days, and there's so many follow-up checks as well. Yeah, like bishop over, or even queen over, and then just sack right here. Yeah, that's rough. I don't really know what he does here. He's also running out of time. It'd be a shame if he flagged before we got to the end of this game, but yeah, we got a lot of ideas. Oh wow, that's actually what happened. That is genuinely not what I expected. Now we have options. Now we can set up one of these situations, threatening really nasty lines for our opponent, and probably the same with the queen upstairs. Yeah, we probably just slam a piece onto F5 here and ask him what his plan is. So if we slam a piece onto F5, then we go to F4, F3, F2 on this board, and we're not in check, so that's good. Now from here, we have takes, check, probably takes. We have to be a little bit careful. No, we don't. I think we're fine. Like we could take an extra turn, really don't need to. I think that we just do one of these and one of these down here, and we feel happy. We could even double castle if we wanted to. And I mean, yeah, there's no way, especially with where his pieces are now, I don't think that there's anything to worry about. If knight goes down here, then we have a play like this, and he can't really, threaten anything like substantial that prevents us from doing that, as far as I can tell. Yeah, okay, so that actually happened. That actually happened. We also have a really interesting time travel opportunity. Oh, we have a really cool time travel opportunity. As soon as we... Okay. Yeah, so this happened. So we're just going to take here. You don't even have to. Okay. If we take here, then what? What is the threat? I don't feel too bad taking here. Let's not overthink it. Our opponent has 20 seconds. Yeah, if he can come up with something, that's great. We're happy for him. Oh, if he delivers a check here, then we have to time travel. Is that the idea? No, it's not, because we can just capture this with our king. We can capture this with the bishop probably, so that we never open up this this line in the first place. Now this time travel actually wins the game for us, so we feel pretty good about that. Yeah, let's just toss it right back into his court. Keep it simple. Okay, we got a little bit of this happening. Is this mate yet? One more turn before this is mate. So really we could do, we could do almost anything here. We probably honestly want to just capture. No, we probably just want to. Okay, so now we have to defend this square right here on this board. So we'll probably do that like this is the most straightforward way, and then probably we'll just castle here. Because otherwise takes this as like immediate mate, and that's not something that we're interested in. Okay, so if he hasn't checked us on this board, then we win. So let's just collect our soft mate. We're in check. So it doesn't work. That's a board where we're in check. Oh yeah, that's right after he played the check. Okay, so we can, all we have to do is wait another turn. So now our opponent knows that, which is a little spooky. So I think that we'll just take here like that. And then I think that we're good to just do this here on this board. I'm happy with that. So we get the win next turn. It doesn't quite work last turn. It didn't quite work last turn. Okay, now we collect our win. Okay. This is a soft mate for the ages. And we've got another timeline. He's got 3 seconds. I don't think he can get out of this in 3 seconds. He's got another timeline, so probably the immediate play is just to Jurassic Queen this queen. Unfortunately for our opponent, we have a check, and we won the game. All right, GG. GG. Let's get some arrows on the board here for the fans. There we go. There you have it. GG. Well played, Pseudo. That was a good game. Really came down to the wire. There were a lot of really sharp lines here. And I think we did a good job treading around this minefield here. It was scary. It always is. You know, whether or not you have it under control. I think that we did a good job. I think that this C-pawn opening... Oh no, this wasn't the C-pawn opening. Not immediately, at least. It was kind of a transposition. But yeah, I think that so this is a little bit questionable just because, I mean, okay, so after knight f3, knight f6, e3, c6 forces white to prevent the f7 sack that would happen, the turn 0 or the turn 0 f2 sack technically. But the way that he's prevented this, just kicking this bishop instead of sacking with d5, like knight f6, d5, c6 is something that we wanted to play anyway. So all this does is lose white a tempo. Well, I mean, the bishop maybe gets to somewhere where he wants to get the bishop, but I mean, it just feels not super strong for me. So I think it results in a clumsy structure. I mean, the goal of this was I kind of asked Pseudo to do, you know, maybe like a little bit less conventional opening, which gave us some interesting non-regular board state. Ramos says, well played. Can you explain why it's checkmate? Obama's last name says, nice, wish I knew what was happening. Looked smart. Well, it's not that bad. You can understand what's going on. Okay, so let's see. Why is it checkmate? Okay, so on this board, what I did was time traveled the queen. Can we do parallel view? No, history view. Oh, this doesn't actually help if you're in analysis mode. Okay, so this queen went back to this square on this board. This square on this board, and to this square on this board. What it resulted in was a timeline where I have a queen here on this board that is obviously checking this king, but I mean, that's not such a big deal because he could just move it away, right? The problem is, as these arrows demonstrate, this queen is attacking this past kings on this timeline, which can't move out of the way. Because in 5D chess, you know, the past has already happened. Like the moves, the choices that these pieces have made are already fixed in time. So this queen is threatening these kings. And so next turn, there's no way that white would have been able to prevent the black queen here from capturing those white kings on that timeline. The only legal move that my opponent had at that point was to create a timeline of themselves further back in time from this board, which he did by moving this queen all the way back to this square, which created this timeline. So what I did by making this move here wasn't to actually mate him on this board, because he can just recapture with the queen, right? That's not the issue. The issue is that now the timeline has caught up. Time has caught up to the board where I had checked these kings, threatened these kings on this board. So he can't deal with this queen and still have any moves remaining to prevent this queen from checkmating these kings, if that makes sense. I hope that makes sense. I mean, I don't know to what extent you guys have experience, but I sort of tried to break it down sensibly in a way that I hope was approachable. Yeah, I agree. It's a lost tempo, but I believe the structure is better for white than black. But it's hard to say too many complications. I agree that there are complications. White definitely has ideas. I don't think that, it's just like lost at the gate or anything, which is good. I mean, this is exactly the sort of line that I think should really be getting explored. Can't he time travel again? No, he can't. And the reason is simple. Well, first of all, he's out of timelines. You can't have more than one timeline created than your opponent. The extra timelines that are created are inactive. But in this case, actually, it doesn't matter. The only reason that he can't time travel again is because on this board, he is in check. That was the primary reason for just sacking this queen in. So if he attempts to time travel from this board to, let's say, this is probably like the furthest in the past that he can get. Let's say he tries to pull his queen here. Now, this queen can capture that king like immediately. He has made a move on this board which has left his king in check, which is not a valid move, then you're in checkmate. That's sort of like the definition. So if you're on checkmate on a board, then you can't just leave, or if you're in check, you can't just leave yourself in check, even if you make an extra timeline. It's not a legal move in 5D chess to play on a single board in a way that you're still in check, just like in 2D chess. You can't play into check. So he has to do something on this board that deals with the check. On these boards, here it was my turn. That's why there's a black border. Here, after I time traveled, the reason that he was able to time travel again was that it was now his turn. Because after the black board, now you have a white board. Then once he time traveled from that board, it's no longer his turn on this timeline. So he can't time travel from either of these two timelines because he's in check in them. And he can't travel from either of these two timelines because it's not his turn. So that's sort of what you're looking at in this kind of position. That's what we got going on. Time travel after capturing the queen. He can't do that because after capturing the queen, it's no longer his turn on any board, except for the one where he's in check. And you can't make a move that leaves yourself in check. So for example, he could time travel from this board, or attempt to in some way. I don't know, maybe with this queen, he could go back here or something like that, put me in check. The problem is that he has left his pieces in check on this board as well. So what you have to, in order to progress the present, in order to throw the ball back into your opponent's court, you have to be able to make moves on all of the boards that don't leave any of your kings in check. So after taking here, that's valid, but now it's not his turn. Hey, Integer Figure is now following. Thanks for the support. Hope you enjoy the stream. Welcome, man. So after you take the queen here with this queen, you're no longer in check here. True, but it's no longer your turn here. The only board on which it's still white's turn is this board, and this is the one where he's checked. He's actually checkmated for the aforementioned reasons. So yeah, time travel after this doesn't prevent this queen from checking all these kings. So it also makes an inactive timeline, which is why it's sort of like this ghost line. It's not purple, it's white. Because he's already made 2 timelines to black's 1, so he doesn't have timeline priority. That's what this little circle means versus this little arrow figure. Time travel after moving king. He can't move the king. The issue is that if he moves this king, then yes, it prevents this king from being in check, but this queen is also attacking the kings on the adjacent timeline. So moving the king out of the way does not get his does not prevent my queen from checking his kings. Okay, it's his turn. Okay, it's his turn. So I'm not sure what I'm not sure what you're trying to say there. Okay, I got it. Okay. We're on the same page. We got there. Yeah, so queen takes and then move king doesn't work because this king could still capture any of these kings on the next turn. So there you go. Good stuff. TY. And he said that's why we're out here, man. We got to spread the good word. We got to get more people indoctrinated with the 5D chess dogmas. You know, my pleasure. All right. Let's see. Hollywood Live, 4.5 hours. I think we can do another game. Maybe one more to finish out the day. Do have some work to do. Might end early. Stream's winding down. Yeah, I think we got to get out of here. Probably do some IRL business. I think that I think we have enough material for the YouTube channel for the week, so I don't feel pressure in that sense. Although there are a few new people in chat. Maybe we play another game. Pseudo, what do you think? Rematch with swapped colors, maybe? And I'll try, well, yeah, maybe we could lab out some C4 shenanigans. Let's do something a little more chill, like no queens. Like just no queens? Could do reverse royalty. Reverse royalty is chill. Although a little less demonstrative of the actual game, I guess. Might confuse people. Let's see, what are our options? Defended pawn is chill. Don't have to worry about f7. Princess is alright too. Hey, Cougs is here. Aw, Cougs subbed again. Dude, you don't even you never even you don't have to sub just for me. I really appreciate it, man. Thanks so much. Kugala, you're too nice. Thanks for the support. I feel the love. We gotta play some more stuff together. I haven't caught you. I guess I haven't been on the Discord in a hot minute. So, but thanks so much. Really appreciate it. You're too nice. I'll get going. It's 11:30 for me. It was a pleasure. Rest of a good stream. Thanks so much for dropping in, man. Hope to see more of you later. Thanks for stopping by. Oh man. Cougs, I don't have emotes or a loyalty badge yet, like a sub badge, but I actually have commissioned one that I'm working on with an artist. So soon there will actually be something for you to something to show for it. Thanks so much for the sub. Princess I don't like. Nice, can't wait to see it. I'm proud of it. It's pretty cute. It's pretty cute. We'll reveal, probably it'll be ready by next stream. The turnaround, I did about like a week ago. I talked to her and she said turnaround was a week and a half. So probably next Saturday. Pseudo, I hate Princess. Let's not do Princess. Princess, I don't enjoy it at all. This is going to be the last game of the stream though. I really got to get going after this. But let's do one last one. I don't know. I'll do anything, any 8x8 that's not Princess, I guess. Yeah, and any 8x8 that's not Princess. Up to you. 2 timelines is pretty silly. I guess that's less chill though. I don't know, you say chill, but like the smaller, the no queen, okay, the no queen I can understand. But you know, the smaller boards are more, they're so much more like calculation heavy. They feel a lot less chill. I'll play another turn 0, you know. if I play another turn 0, you know I'm doing something crazy. I mean, I'd be down. I want to try opening like c4 as white. Like knight f3 c4. I've never done it. So I'd be down for some of that. Sure, all right. Oh, this is random, so let's take white. Switch colors for game 2. And we're gonna open knight of 3 c4, which Pseudo now knows. I mean, it's something that he could react to in game anyway. Because it's not like you're playing anything other than knight of 6 after knight c3, or knight of 3. All right, we're just gonna open knight of 3. All right, boom, c4. Whoa, c5 coming out. Okay, so now let's get a little crazy. Okay, I think that we're gonna do this kind of classic English style from classical. Okay, now something like this, and then knight happens. It's really weird. There's a lot that can get really weird here. I kind of like this move. Prevents this hoppage from happening. If this, then I kind of really like. Oh, okay. Now things are getting a little spicy. Wow. This is weird. I've actually played this against Romad. Oh yeah? Did it go well? It's a little spooky. Takes. Okay. We've been hoisted by our own petard here to some extent. We really want to frappuccino this bishop. If you don't fianchetto the bishop here, then it kind of gets stuck because you really don't want to move the d pawn. It's just such a liability. And then what do you do with this e pawn? Or with this kingside bishop, I should say. Now we have to be careful. If takes, then takes is obviously a nightmare. We could occupy this square. Like this. Or we could just push here and then fianchetto the bishop anyway. Actually, I kind of like that. Let's just do that. Why not, right? We also have the opportunity. I mean, it looks unintuitive, but I think that knight a4, kicking the c5 pawn has some merit here. Well, no longer has any merit, but this is now really scary for our opponent, right? We're just gonna fianchetto this bishop off rip. It's just so good with this pawn. Look at this. This is just a dominant fianchetto. Okay, here our opponent's in a tricky situation. Because if we kick this knight now, what does he do? What does he do? Right? Because if he moves, then we're just gonna grab this. We're just gonna grab this rook like immediately. Not even gonna think about it. So if he doesn't move this, he has to do something else. If he does the bishop out here, then I'm okay with capturing this and then trading down, and then he has to open up his e-file, which is just super scary. I don't know. I think this looks incredibly dangerous for black. It looked like a good structure at first, but I think that by winning the fianchetto race, you know, Frappuccino first. He who Frappuccinos first. I don't know how to finish that sentence. Here, I mean, this is the when you say CE4 or E5, in 5D, you know that shit has gone down. This is pretty nuts. Takes here enables him to activate his queen. I don't really see the alternative. I'm not quite crazy enough to sack a knight into this, but there are ideas. Actually, pawn up here and then sack this. Hold on. Okay, we need to calm down a little bit. We need to calm down. Dude, that's so insane. But I think it's what I'm gonna do. Okay, the idea is this. If pawn up here and he's like, oh, thank God, respite, we can fianchetto our g7 bishop, then we've got takes here, which I'm not gonna do immediately, and then takes here. And then we've got this queen. Like, he can't take with the knight is the problem, because then we have mate. All right, so if we do this, what does he do? He probably pushes this pawn up, right? I think there's no other move. I think if he fianchettos this bishop here, that's insanity. Because we can take here. I mean, if takes here, then we have this, which mates him in the past. And so he has to capture with this knight. And then we've got this queen mate. So I think that what he has to do here is push this pawn. And if that happens, then I think we push our pawn. This is a really interesting position. This is kind of nuts. I also need to figure out what we're doing with this goddamn bishop. I mean, I think that an e3 push is in our future. It's in the cards. But man, what on earth is happening? Wow, the capture happens. That's great for us. Okay, not super great for us. Obviously now this rook sees this this square, so that's not like ideal. What we could do, okay, pushing this twice is maybe a bit of a tall order. I mean, we always have this. Always have this. We also have... Now we have to think outside the box. Okay, so now it's a little bit scary for him because if we... What we can do is take with check, and then he has to take with the queen here. And then we can take this pawn. Actually, we probably want to take with the pawn first. That way he can't recapture with the knight. So if we take with the pawn, obviously he has to recapture here. But if he does that, then I mean we get to play around with this file. Dude, this seems bonkers. I think that we take here. It's crazy to not take here. I don't know. There was an irresponsible like lack of calculation here with the actual line. But we have so many ideas. We just have so many ideas. Our pieces are just too well positioned. And per usual, it all boils down to sort of exploiting the lack of defense when you push e4 or e5, you know. Oh, Pseudo says he won. Okay, Romad won that game. Unsurprising. Romad is an incredible 5D chess player. Yeah, interesting position. This is really a dilemma for him, man. Because if he doesn't take and we get this for free, that's kind of crazy. I mean, an option is to like activate this bishop. But if he just like moves the bishop to like wherever, doesn't really matter. Then we definitely take like every day of the week. And then if this happens, then we've got this. But also probably we've got this checking this king. Then he has no option but to take, but to move the king. We just have so much going on, man. This is just too much. And then you've got crazy ideas of like, well, you probably want to kick this knight. Oh man, I think that if our opponent gets out of this, then you know, just hats off. That's incredible. Okay, so the take happened, and I'm gonna go ahead and recapture with the queen. It keeps this a really crucial diagonal for our opponent. And also we've got another, you know, we up the battery along this diagonal, right? Because now if we do, you know, like a takes, which he can't do because this is mate after that, but takes, you know, like takes. Actually, that's just mate. So yeah, I think that maybe she definitely needs to defend this. Probably wants to keep this defended as well. He can't move his queen here simply because we capture. The bishop here is maybe a play. Oh, the knight back to cover the diagonal. So smart, so smart. That's a good one. That's sneaky. We probably want to kick this knight off of here. Because it adds a defender, obviously here is the big thing. Now the only issue with this play is that we've got takes here, and then if takes, oh, and then we've got the other, sorry. So we've got 3 attackers here, and he's got 3 defenders. So we need to add another attacker if we want this to be plan A, which we don't. So as a result, I think that we probably just push this pawn. Am I right about that? I think we want to push this pawn. Yeah, we're gonna push this pawn. I mean, if there are too many defenders of this square, then you kick one of them, right? That's just what you do. So plan B has become plan A. Really, we were hoping to get this knight out of here, so that we could do this mate along the diagonal. That's no longer plan A. What's cool about this is a really good way to defend this from our opponent. You know, Sudo's a crafty one. But now this bishop is blocked in, right? And I mean, pushing something here is like, then you lose. I think it's just too much. Because as soon as we remove a defender of e5, which again, e4, e5, I mean, if you push it, you know, Chad moves bring with them Chad consequences. Let's put it that way. But yeah, this is interesting. Okay, the c4. I'm seeing how the structures of the knight f3 c4 opening kind of really play out for white. It's a compelling system. Very interesting. Wow, yeah, now we have these pawns are such a headache. I don't know where you go from here as black. How do you generate your own threats, more importantly? I mean, obviously you're playing to not lose. But how do you win? I mean, now something like this can be good because, you know, it enables white to... The problem with this as well, by the way, is that white has eventual f7 sack potential as well. But I think you probably fianchetto the bishop here, which saves, you know, which adds the defender that you need to not lose. But then, I mean, if pawn takes c6, then again, you've got another defender that's under threat. I mean, you recapture like b takes c6, which is all well and good, but I don't know, maybe black stabilizes. It's just hard to see exactly how that happens. I'm kind of really happy that my bishop is still on f1, just because it adds a crucial defender to... okay, now... Oh, I see what's happening here. This is a very good solution. This is a creative solution. kudos to Pseudo for seeing this. Now it closes up the line into the past for this king. So now like this still checks him, but after takes, this is no longer mate. So we gotta get a little crafty. How do we crack this open? I think there are many ways to crack this open. I think it might start with a knight on g5. I think it might start with a knight on g5. We have one fewer attacker here, but I mean, our opponent's fine on the e file now. How else can we get tricky here? I mean, this queen has just complete, you know, we can sack with reckless abandon, but we don't want to do that. I think we want to play a little bit more, I don't know, surgically. Let's see. So after, well, I don't want to give him too much time to think about this. You got to defend f7 here, right? What's cool is that this is now almost like this is actually smothered mate. Like he has to time travel necessarily. I mean, there is this knight, which is the issue. But if we can get this knight to fuck off, maybe like this. Wait. We have such a cool mate idea here. If we take this here and then takes with pawn and then takes with bishop, then if takes with knight, this is mate. That's so cool. Is that too cool to pass up? The answer is yes. That's way too cool to pass up. And I think it's kind of forced as well. I think it might be more forced if we did the bishop here first. I mean, honestly, trading down here, because you remove the defender, but trading down here is actually good for us. I think we probably should have done it with the bishop because it's a little bit more forcing. Yeah, I like that play a little bit more. We should have captured first with the bishop here because it puts him in check a couple of boards ago. So he absolutely has to capture. Like here, what if he decides instead of to capture to just like trade? I mean, that seems pretty nuts, but like he has the option now is my point. And I shouldn't have given him the option. I think that we should have captured with the bishop first with check. Then he has to take. And then after we capture here, yeah, he can do this if he wants. But then we take. And then we have mate with the queen. Yeah, taking here is bad because, well, a whole host of reasons. But it's good because it prevents the smothered mate from happening, which I'm really excited about. Really hope he just captures with the knight here. That would be awesome. And then this king has to time travel. How cool is that? Oh, and he can't time travel because there's a knight before that turn on this board. Well, he can't. Yeah, he can't. Wow, this is awesome. The bishop move here was much more forcing, especially because it also threatens this rook here, right? Should have done the bishop move. But if I'm not mistaken, I think that we've won here. But let's see. Let's see what our opponent comes up with. Definitely should have done the bishop. And I mean, hindsight's 20/20. Well, we considered it, but I liked having the bishop afterward better, which probably is still a good idea. You know, because then if we do something like takes here, we're still opening up. That would be fantastic. because then knight here is just mate. Which is awesome. Yeah, I see what he's doing here. I think. I mean, he's keeping it protected. He doesn't want to trade down. Maybe because he understands that, like, after all of these trades happen, I still have line of sight to this rook. Which, again, is the reason that I sort of did this with the knight rather than the bishop, so that, like, whatever, you know, if we have a bishop here, then that threatens over here. And if nothing else happens, then if we take here, then we pick up the free rook. Which, you know, then if we time travel, like, so many moves afterward, is a win for us. Man, just look at this board. This is a scary position to be in. Okay, the take here happened, so this is now mate. Let's see. Wow. We got 5D smother mate. How cool is this? Okay, in 2D, this is still smothered mate because no piece can take our knight. It's not just 2D mate, it's also 5D mate. Because in 2D, yes, this is mate pseudo, but I mean, the king always has options to move into the past, but you're also smothered in this past. So this king can't go to this board because it's 5D smothered mate. That's so cool. That was awesome. That was an awesome end to that game. Oh man. Wow, GG. Yeah, I think these maybe that wasn't a super representative game, but yeah, I think that c4 is definitely an interesting idea for white. I think that c5, it's much less. I think that even in turn 0, white still has more options in terms of opening variety than black does, just the way that it is. This is kind of intuitive. I mean, less so than in standard, obviously. But, so I think that c5 is not so great, like 2c5 for black, like knight f6, c5. But I think that knight f3, c4 has a lot of potential for white. Yeah. Yeah, you kind of play it like in English. In classical, it's really interesting. Hilarious. Dude, it's so good. This is just such a cool shape. Oh, look at this. Oh man, king can't go back. King can't go back here because this rook. It's just, or because of this knight. Oh, sorry. I mean, it can't go here because it's surrounded by pieces, I should say. Right. Yeah. 5D smothered. I've been labbing out another move as black, but I probably shouldn't have allowed knight d5. Let's see. Where did knight d5 happen? Oh, yeah, here. Knight d5. Yeah, well, it was a bit of a concern. You were clever to do this because it closed up the E file, right? The issue with basically anything else is you need to add another defender to d5, otherwise I win, right? So like here, so you preserve the defender on d5 by playing knight d7 here, or on e5 rather, by playing knight d7 here. Oh, d5 is what we're talking about. Sorry, my bad. I was talking earlier about how I mix up the coordinates all the time. Okay, yeah, knight d5 here. Yeah, it was interesting. It was just about the timing, right? Yeah, I think that was sort of the critical move that really got us off the ground, that enabled all of this to happen. All of this followed from basically b3 happened, preparing the fianchetto, right? Bishop b2, and then and then the fianchetto happened, and then g6 happened a turn afterward. So I think that instead of pushing d6 here, if you had pushed g6 immediately, just a fianchetto against the fianchetto, then that would have prevented this from happening. But being as is, when I already had my fianchetto, like you were like a half turn late, or turn late, I guess. Now, of course, the knight d5 becomes like a huge pain in the ass, because then, knight takes, and then you get a free rook, and it's kind of bedlam. So, and otherwise, taking here, and then like trading the knight here, and then like bishop takes, and then I would have sacked this bishop any day of the week, and then that opens up the e file. I think that it was really sharp, and I mean, it's kind of crazy to think that all of this basically happened. I mean, I'm sure that there were outs for black, but they weren't easy to see, especially under time pressure. But it's crazy to think that the fact that b3 was responded to by d6 is kind of what ended up in this situation. It's ridiculous. I mean, GG's to Pseudo. Thanks for playing those games. I really appreciate it, especially when he kind of wasn't feeling it. Especially the last one, he wanted a more chill game. I really appreciate playing the extra game, man. Yeah, GG's. It's always good games with Pseudo. And always interesting ideas as well. I'm really curious to see the prep that he hasn't revealed here on this stream. I'm really looking forward to it. I know that he labs a lot more than a lot of the rest of us do, and I just respect that immensely. I think that that's as good a way as any to end the stream. We had some great games here. We've got just a handful of viewers, so I mean, per usual, what we're gonna do is you don't have to stay for long, but please stay long enough for us to raid someone who plays classical chess, and very nicely harass them into playing more 5D chess. Let's play. Hold on. Let's raid a streamer who's like small but not too small, who doesn't have follower only chat. Let's see. Sub battle. Andrea Ortez. Haven't heard of her. But she has 36 viewers. So let's see if she has follower only chat. She does. All right. Missed your opportunity. Let's see. This guy. All right. None of the information is in English, so maybe that's not the best. English stream would be preferred. Total beginner tries chess. All right. Maybe we're not quite there. There are some Turkish chess streamers that we could say hi to. There's Nemsko, who, Chiyu, but she does have 5K followers. So rating with 6 viewers maybe isn't the best. But she's also tried 5D chess before. I don't know. Oh, Viewers Arena, Puzzle Storm. Okay, so let's see if we have followers only chat here. We do. Oh, the followers only chat's really killing the vibe. All right, before everyone leaves, let's just raid Chiyu. Let's just raid Chiyu and tell her to play more 5D chess. Okay. All right, we're gonna raid Chiyu real quick. Everyone, tell her to check out 5D chess. /raid Nemsko. All right. Thanks so much for joining. Had a really great stream. I mean, we'll be here same time, same place next week. And that's going to be it. So signing off. See you guys later.